Hello. Hello, and welcome to not another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Just some live typewriting on this holiday, Memorial Day. Feel free to join. Yeah. People are probably going to be shocked that I'm doing this again. Hey, how are you, Diesel? This might work out well, just because I'll actually be able to respond to YouTube comments. So I always feel so bad that I can't respond to the YouTube comments in the meetings. There's just so many people in the meetings now, and it sometimes it's hard to get a word in edgewise. But I love it. But there's unfortunately the side effect of not being able to respond to YouTube comments. I try and get to them sometimes, but lately I just haven't been able to. So yeah, I feel bad about that. But yes, I'm type testing my Royal Senior Companion. I just looked it up on the typewriter database. It's from 1956. It works okay. It works okay. Yeah. I don't know if probably can't make out the typing there. Actually, if I move this over, it's, might be able to make it out better. Yes, the weekly meetings get pretty crowded. uh, it's a little blown out, but okay. Well, there you go. If I cast a shadow on it, you can see it a little bit. I don't know why it skipped the E in test there. Yeah, but anyway, we'll see what happens. And I do have original sound on, so you're probably going to hear some typing. I'm probably going to work on a blog post, but I need to reset my margins for that, and this one has it in the back. Let's just and I'm not remembering how the margin works on this one. I'm looking at it, but I can't see how to move the. Does this pop? Oh, this pops up. I'm silly. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you can see it there in the top left corner. The backplate pops up so you can access the margins. It's funny how each typewriter is a little bit different. Oh, Peter. Yeah. On Type Pals, I think you go by Singer. Is that right? Maybe not. Yeah, but yeah, welcome. And yeah, it does get pretty crowded, but you're totally welcome to just come on and lurk as well. Of course, eventually, I'll ask if there's anything new with you. I like to try and include everyone, but yeah, it can be hard to get a word in edgewise sometimes. And the funny thing is, sometimes it's like I have this joke lined up, and I'm waiting for the opening to tell the joke, and then the moment's gone. And it's like, Darn. uh, oh, okay. Okay. Peter S. Okay, cool. Yeah. Someone is on there as singer, and yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Today is, what is today? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's the 30th. It's right there on my computer. So it looks like the type slugs need to be cleaned on this already, even though I've already done that when I first cleaned this up. I like to start with the date and then the time, and it's 6:55 a.m. here. I don't know if you can see it, but I love the fives on this. Well, let me see if I can show you, because it's, oh, of course, now I need to do the margin release. There we go. There we go. Yeah, on the fives, the top part curls up. I love that. I find that on typefaces, it's almost always the numbers that are unique, and other than that, it pretty much looks like any other typewriter font, or typeface, I should say. I used the F word. Yeah, but I love that. I love that. Very cool. Oops. Okay. Whew. I thought my margin was permanently gone there. Oh yes. And then so I start with the date and the time, and then I put the make and model of the typewriter and the year. So Royal Senior. Ooh. Companion. And this is I said 1956. Cool. So Diesel, are you up to anything special today, or just I guess I don't even know where you're located. I was gonna say, are you celebrating the holiday today? But you know, that I just don't know. Although we had someone on Typewriter Club Live yesterday that said there was a Memorial Day, not celebration, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to think what country it was. Was it Germany? I think it may have been Robert in Germany. I could be wrong. But they had some sort of Memorial Day observance, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Also, I don't know how this sounds. If it's like an annoying sound, I could always turn off the original sound, because right now I have the original sound on. So, and the camera's like right by the typewriter. This also has a pretty good bell on it. One of the louder bells in my collection, actually. So that's nice. Because I have some, they're just barely audible. Hi, Five Wand Hall. Happened to get on YouTube, and you were first in the feed. Yay! Excellent. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Okay. So... I find when I'm typing on a typewriter, I always second guess my knowledge of spelling. I had to think a second how impromptu was spelled. Woo! I don't. Let me see. Let me margin release again. So, oh, I can't go past. You're not gonna be able to see it, but the U in or the second U in YouTube is lower than the rest. So yeah, this typewriter definitely has its issues. Oh, you just picked up a Royal Quiet Deluxe this week. You think it's a 1948, has the glass top keys. I think that sounds about right. Um, yeah, that's a cool pickup. And how does it work? Does it work well? Well, I think I I want to say it's the Royal Quiet Deluxes from the 40s that work pretty well. I think it's the ones from the 50s, and maybe after that are known for the royal skip. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm at the margin apparently. And this typewriter also does what's called overthrowing. I think that's the right term. Where when you do the carriage return, it goes a little beyond the actual margin that you have set. Um, yeah, and one reason I'm typing with this is because I want to start putting my typewriters on the typewriter database. I only have one on there, believe it or not. You probably believe it actually, but I only have one on there, and so with this one, I'm trying to get a feel for how it types because I want to do a typing sample and kind of take note of what works and what doesn't work about this particular typewriter. So yeah. Um, and I do apologize if you hear my stomach grumbling because I have not had breakfast. Right now I'm just having my, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I'm just having my coffee, double cream, double sugar. Actually, I just use liquid creamer, but this morning it is French vanilla, and it was just drip, so I was lazy. Let's see. Oh, hey, Intro, how are you? I just decided to do a surprise pop-up live stream here as I'm testing out this Royal Senior Companion. Um, yeah, so Diesel 419 says, that's interesting. I have two QDLs, 53 and 55, and I've never had one skip. It's not coffee anymore. Uh, I think you're right about that. Yeah, I assume you drink your coffee black, Indro. Uh, Not me. My brother has told me, "Oh, you'll build up a taste for it." I'm like, no, no. I don't want to build up a taste for it. I wanna enjoy my coffee. Sometimes I have coffee for dessert. So, but yes, Diesel 419 says you have two QDLs from 53 and 55, and never had one skip. Huh? I wonder. No, I'm pretty sure it's the ones from the 50s that typically do that. But I think a lot of it actually has to do with typing style as well. So, yeah. Anyway, and I guess I guess my typing style is not exactly steady, so I don't know. Or maybe you just lucked out and got some really good ones. Yeah. I've had okay luck with Royal Quiet Deluxes, but I actually prefer the Futura 800, which is also guilty of the Royal skip, but eh, you know. It's a nice looking typewriter though. I'm curious how many people are watching. Ah, 6 people watching. Cool. Welcome everybody. Get my there we go, so I can see what's happening again. There we go. Yeah. And of course, if anyone wants to come on here, you can. Um, oh, it. Well, you can go to launch.typepals.com, and that should automatically log you into Zoom. Um, Assuming you have Zoom installed. I think it can actually open it in the browser as well. But other than that, I don't really have the login information handy. It is available if you go to the past events on typepals.com and look at the weekly meeting. It's also listed there in much more detail. So, but I don't think I've scheduled the next event, so you just have to look under past events. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, a Smith Corona Corsair skips a lot. Interesting. That's Diesel 419. Interesting. I'm trying to think if any of my Smith Coronas skip. I don't think I've run into that issue with Smith Coronas. And Indro says I should try the Olivetti 22. I had the Olivetti 25, which actually, I mean, it worked quite well, but it was one of the blandest typewriters you can imagine. Oh, yeah. Some of those other Olivettis, I like the look of them. I want to say it's like the 35 or something like that. The one that has like black with like maybe silver trim around here. Something like that. Or gray trim maybe. And it's like on the ribbon cover, it's like a textured. I don't know if it's supposed to look like leather or what. But sometimes in pictures it looks like it's black leather, but I assume that's not correct. Oh, let's see. Oh, excellent. Oh, I guess Indro was waiting in the. Sorry about that, Indro. Oh wow, everybody coming on. Excellent. Very cool. I guess I should just turn this on. Let's see here, so that people don't have to wait in the waiting room. How are you, Intro?
I'm good. It was just a coincidence that I launched YouTube and saw that you were live.
Oh, cool.
So it must be early where you are.
Yeah, it's 7:08.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
Uh, it looks like you're in a different room today, or at least a different part of the room. Yeah. Everything's going well there, Indro?
Yeah, as you can see, we've painted the my living room.
Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe that's why it looks
So
different.
yeah, I got a lot of new stuff. New couch, my daughter there. So yeah, I was busy last week. Did a lot of I painted the whole living room, the whole kitchen, and still have to do the hallway. So yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Well,
Hey Joe.
it's looking
Hey
good.
there.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How
How
is
are you?
everybody? I'm good. I'm very good.
Hello.
Just took a
Hello,
walk down to
Peter.
the post office and mailed some letters that I typed up. I mailed 7 letters,
Oh, wow.
trying to get caught up a little bit. That's not really close to, I have dozens of letters still to write. But
Oh, yeah.
anyways, 3 of them were international letters, one to Australia, one to France, and one to Canada. So
Oh,
that's
cool.
kind of cool. And I have a package for you that I will be mailing off Tuesday when the post office is open.
Oh my
But
goodness, that's a
a
quick turnaround.
a micro cassette letter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So
Yeah.
I had fun doing that.
Now, I assume you were just dropping the package off at the because the post office wouldn't be open today, right?
No, I haven't dropped the package itself. I'll do it tomorrow or Tuesday because I have to get postage on it.
Oh yeah,
It's,
I'm sorry. I meant the letters.
yeah, the letters I just dropped them in the box.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of getting them in there,
Yeah.
knowing that they wouldn't actually be moving today, but
Yeah. Yeah.
unless they have somebody working overtime, which maybe I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
I caught a little bit of Type Club yesterday. I just was popped on YouTube and dropped a comment in there, but I was busy yesterday, and so
Yeah.
it looks like you have a Royal Quiet Deluxe. Like, is that,
This is a Royal Senior Companion.
Senior Companion? Okay.
Yeah. So basically a Quiet Deluxe without all the bells and whistles.
Yeah. It almost has that Remington Quiet Rider kind of look to it, just from the color.
Yeah. I love this color. I guess they would call this desert sand, maybe?
It looks a little green to me.
Okay.
But maybe that's just your camera.
I think
it might be the
camera.
lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really reminds me of my 55 Quiet Deluxe without the 55 had without the top release button.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's no button. a nice decal though.
Yeah.
I think this is the one in the back. No, this isn't the one. There was one where in the back when I was cleaning it, the decal just started melting.
Oh yeah.
I was like, no. Oh man.
Yeah. I was actually typing with my let's see, what was it? My Optimus Super yesterday. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
So Gregory, you have that typewriter new? You bought it to your collection?
No, I've had it for a while, and so I specifically brought it out because I want to finally start putting typewriters in the typewriter database. I only have one in there so far, so I figured I would do a type testing to get a feel for how this is working and what issues it has, and then take the pictures and the typing sample and all that and get all that put in there. And I was like, well, I might as well just at first I started in the Type and Talk room, which is private and not on YouTube, but no one was joining me, so I figured, well, I should just go live on YouTube.
Yeah.
So yeah. And it's worked out. I have people here with me now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Indra, what have you been typing lately? Anything interesting?
No, zero. It's
Zero?
like
Oh no!
no, I don't know why. It's like a writer's block or whatever. And I have a few letters, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to answer.
Oh.
I was busy last week, but and every night I think like, oh, I need to answer those letters. I need to write something, and I need to get some thoughts on paper. But no,
I haven't done
Sometimes-
much for I haven't done much for typing recently, but I've done a lot of handwriting.
Okay, that's good too.
Because here's the thing, like most of what I type / write is like fiction stories. That's almost all. That's actually about 90% of what I write, and I always come up with the best stuff while I'm at work.
Oh,
But I can't bring a typewriter to work.
yeah.
So I have a fountain pen and a notebook, and I'll sit while one of my machines is running, and I'll jot stuff down. Did add a new typewriter to the collection recently, by the way.
Oh, cool.
I grabbed an Olympia Deluxe Ultra Portable, which was quite nice.
Excellent.
And then, I'm not using it right now, but I've got an experiment here that I'm going to be doing at some point. This is hemp-based paper.
Ooh.
And I'm going to see how this works. I've heard that hemp can be a little bit tougher of a fiber. And so I'm wondering if maybe this will, because I like to type on both sides of my paper. Maybe this will be a little bit nicer for that. But yeah.
You know, it's funny
I
that
don't
you
know
talk about writing at work because the other day at work, I was sitting there on desk, you know, the circulation desk, since I work at a library, and it was really slow, and my mind started working, and all of a sudden I just wrote a children's book, so just right as I was sitting there at work, so.
Yeah. For me, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, for me, I tend to get really, really deep into my world building, and then I completely drop the ball when it comes to the actual story.
Oh.
So I have like 120 pages of notes without a coherent plot.
Oh.
So, Peter, this reminds me that I remember writing at work maybe about a decade ago or more. I work in a semiconductor fab, a clean room, and you can't have paper in there. Well, they have clean room paper, but generally you don't really write with a pen. And so I had one of these Sony Klee. It was a palm-based PDA, right?
Yeah.
And I had it uses a stylus, and I had purchased a alternative keyboard called Fiddly, Fitaly, which was designed by some PhD guy to be ideal for single stylus entry. So I learned to use the Fiddly keyboard, and I could type about 30 words a minute with that little stylus on the little Palm Pilot device. And
Yeah.
I would sit there in the fab, walk around, and I could type stories, type ideas up, just tap it into my little digital device. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah, sounds interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'd never. What did you call that PDA you had again? Because I'd never heard of that.
CLEI, I think it's called a Klee. It was Sony's version of a Palm Pilot, and it was built pretty well. Had good build quality, and it used a Palm operating system. This is before smartphones, right before the iPhone came out, which is
Right.
what, 2005 or something like that.
Interesting.
I thought it was a little bit later than that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, 2007 actually, when the smartphone came out. This was prior. This was the Palm operating system came out like the mid 90s, maybe late 90s. So it was like a 10-year run where PDAs, personal digital assistants, were very popular.
Okay. Yeah.
I always wanted one of those, but I think my brother had one, and I thought he was like the coolest, but I never got one.
Yeah, with the Palm OS, it wouldn't interface directly to Windows without using their software to interface and import files to your computer.
Yeah.
Now they did come out with a Windows mobile operating system, and like Dell had a few Windows-based PDAs that were Windows-based, but yeah, Palm, you
I
had to
remember
have
that,
the desktop Palm OS software on your desktop to interface with it and back up your files.
Ah.
But
Okay.
this Sony also had a memory stick. Remember memory sticks Sony had?
I do.
Yeah,
I
so
have
it had
a
a memory
I have a
stick, and yeah, you could put your files on that too.
yeah.
So,
I've got an old PlayStation Portable, the PSPs, and
yes,
those use the memory stick.
yeah,
Oh wow.
Good luck finding one these days.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Good
Yeah,
morning to JCW on the YouTube comments. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, Peter, what are you typing there?
Well, I haven't started yet. It's probably
Okay.
going to be more story stuff.
Okay.
But I'm typing it on a Woodstock 6,
Oh.
which has one of my favorite typewriter features. If I can bring my camera over here, is that it has this dual knob on the end here.
Oh.
This one clicks into the notches, and then this one doesn't.
Ah.
Which I think I mistakenly said on here or on one of the weekly meetings once, like one of the very first times I was on, I mistakenly said it had polished platen knobs, which is not the case. It has one.
Oh.
But
That's okay.
it is also a total pain in the neck to change your line spacing on this machine.
Oh, how do you do it?
Because you got to reach in here, you got to pull this out, and then move it up or down. But moving it, the bar is in your way,
Yeah.
so you have to do it when you're all the way over here, and then you can actually get underneath.
Okay.
And it moves the bar. It moves the bar when you do it.
Yeah.
But other than that, this is a really nice machine.
It looks new.
I was shocked when I got it at how nice it is. I would like to get a new platen on it at some point, and the top cover is broken. It's supposed to have little wings that come out and go around these little catch levers. Both of them have broken off, and they broke off when I got it. But this whole top cover is really cheap, like pot metal. I was able to straighten this top with my hand,
Set the microwave
and I
for I don't know how long.
I was shocked it didn't snap off when I did it.
Oh.
As for what year it is, I have no idea.
Okay.
so Peter, it looks like you need to get one of those little Peanuts Woodstock bird
Oh yeah.
things. To
Maybe.
stick it on the ribbon cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
As your
This actually
mascot.
does have an issue I've been trying to diagnose for a while, in that when the ribbon's going one direction, it's fine. But when you try to go the other direction, it keeps wanting to pop into neutral.
Oh.
It's like it doesn't want to fully engage, which is kind of a disappointment, because other than that, I put it up there with my KMM for how much I like to type on it.
Wow.
And I really like this great big large end on here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to mute myself so you don't hear the clacking and do some typing.
Excellent. Excellent. That's what we want to see. And actually, we wouldn't mind hearing it as well, but that's up to you.
I'll give you a little.
Ah, it
Wrong
sounds
button.
snappy.
It is, because the platen is very hard.
Oh.
You see, I have not typed in a while, and so I am getting rusty.
Oh no. Ooh, nice bell too.
That's the wrong button. Yeah, that probably shook like crazy because I have my camera on an arm clamped to the same table that the machine is on.
Oh. It didn't seem too
Right.
bad actually. Yeah.
Sorry for taking up so much time.
No. We're just hanging out. Yeah,
Hey,
Yeah.
Gregory,
not a
I
meeting
was
today.
going to mention that when I was watching a little bit of the live stream yesterday,
Yeah.
there was a discussion about the IBM personal selectric typewriter.
Yes. Yes.
And it turns out my friend Kevin Kittle has one. And I was just over there last week with him looking at it. And so there's a guy in Albuquerque named Steve Dade, who is a IBM factory trained technician. And he serviced this machine recently and added 2 extra features to it that weren't originally on it. So the personal typewriter, the personal model, came out in only 1 year, like maybe 1983 or 84. And it was using a combination of Selectric 1, 2, and 3 internal parts. And it's narrower. It's like a 10-inch carriage. So it's narrower than a normal Selectric, but it's the same height and depth, and it's very heavy, but it comes in a dark blue canvas cloth carrying bag with handles. So you can imagine putting this typewriter in a cloth bag with cloth handles, weighs 40 pounds. But so the normal carriage return lever is like an L-shaped button. Is an L-shaped button. And what Steve did is he replaced with the Express. There was a feature called Express Return on some of the Selectrics. It was a small button. So they made the carriage return button smaller, and then they put this other button next to it called EXP. And that returns the printhead to the left side without advancing the line.
Interesting.
Called Express Return. And so he added the Express Return feature, which basically you just add those parts to it and you can upgrade the typewriter. And then the personal writer didn't have the auto repeat on the X, the hyphen, and the period. So he added those features as well, just by putting parts in from other machines.
Wow.
So yeah, so now Kevin has this personal size Selectric, which is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I'm definitely wanting one of those now.
Yeah. And then I mentioned this in my micro cassette letter to you, but I just had this crazy thought that someone should take a parts machine from a 1930s, chrome rimmed glass key typewriter and mount those chrome rimmed keys on a Selectric. I think that would look pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could do it
Very
without major reconstruction, but just a crazy idea. So I thought you might find it interesting, though, that, so Kevin has one of those personal Selectrics.
Wow.
And apparently, he told me they also made a personal-sized Selectric in the very early 60s when the Selectric 1 first came out. So there is a personal-sized version of a Selectric 1 out there somewhere.
Oh, wow.
And I think Kevin found one online he's bidding on. So,
oh, boy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
I also really like the IBM Executive. I think
Yes.
that's the Type R one.
Yes, Kevin has that one also. And that is one of the nicest Type R machines ever made. It's a proportional spaced Type R machine.
Wow.
So it has 5 units, spacing units. And So like the W and the M is like four units wide, and your I is like 2 units wide. And the space bar is divided into 2 halves. There's a 3-unit space bar and a 2-unit space bar. So you can, do like add a little bit extra space at the end of a sentence after the period.
Okay.
Yeah. So it makes a very beautiful typeface.
I bet.
And I think the typeface that's on his is not exactly Vogue. I forget what it is, but it looks similar to Vogue. But when it's proportional space, it's just wonderful.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it was letterpress printed,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Now it has an interesting mechanism as to how the type bars move. So instead of having direct linkages from the key levers to the type bars, it has a second roller, a rubber platen inside the machine that turns. It's driven by the motor. And there is a curved plastic shoe with ridges on it on each type bar linkage. And that shoe gets pressed down against the roller and the roller kicks it. And so that's what moves the type bar. And so when that rubber roller gets hard, it starts to not type very well because those little plastic shoes slip on the roller. And so Kevin had not only the main platen resurfaced by JJ Short, but he had that drive roller also done.
Okay.
But it's a very complicated mechanism. But I think they did that kind of a drive system to soften the sound of it.
Wow.
Yep. Well, it looks like breakfast is going to be almost ready for me. So I'm going to sign off here a little bit. Maybe I'll get back online when I'm done.
I thought I heard the sounds of breakfast. I was like, oh,
yes,
I want
yes,
some.
exactly. I'm adjacent to the kitchen and we have an
Yeah.
echoey house. So
Yeah.
anyways, I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Okay. I'll be on
Okay.
here a while.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. I have 2 electric tools now, one for parts and one is good now.
Oh, okay.
But maybe I can't remember the name of the IBM that Ted Monk has a YouTube video on it, and you can like program it, and it makes a line, and then all the lines are even. How do you call that?
Justified.
Yeah, justified. So that typewriter justifies. That's a nice IBM.
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about you yesterday because who was it? Someone is getting what's that typewriter? The one with the type bars that are like up in the air, the something 9. Remember you had fixed it up and sold it.
Oh yeah, the Bedwing, the English typewriter with the 2 and they go like that.
Yes.
The Olivers.
Oliver, that's it. Oliver.
Yeah, I think the Batwing Olivers were American made, I believe.
Oh,
I thought they
okay.
were English, but I don't know.
Oliver was sold to a British company after that. I have that at one of those, and actually, I'm thinking I'm going to switch to that after I'm done with this page.
Excellent.
Yeah, I refurbished that one. I made it pretty good, and I sold it. Yeah.
Yeah. You
It's
didn't
not,
really
it's not
like
a
it, right?
typewriter that I want to keep in my collection, though.
Yeah. So, would you say you're more interested in just functional typewriters?
No, it's just not my type of typewriter.
Oh, okay.
Like the IBM, I have it. I think I said it when I got it. It's like the killer of the analog typewriters, the classical ones. So I thought, well, it's a good one to have. And my mother used to have one of those. She could type really, really fast on it. So I thought, it's good to have. And it's quite interesting because it's the first typewriter that does a digital thing, like a 1 and a 0.
Oh, okay.
So it's quite interesting technique.
Yeah.
And No, I'm more with the portables, the small ones. So the ultra
Ah,
portables, that's the ones I like the most.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Excellent.
but like to justify IBM, if you get your hands on that one, I'd like to have it because I like justified text. When it goes automatic,
Yeah,
it's cool.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I know he likes using that for. He says it's perfect for blog posts because it makes them look all nice and neat.
Yeah, I'll look it up. What is it? Just justified.
Yeah.
Yeah, justified.
Yeah. So, what time is it there right now?
That's 4:30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 7:30 here.
Uh, it is the IBM Selectric Composer. Um,
Oh, that's right. The composer, yes.
uh,
I think he said that one's a real beast. It's extremely large.
well, it's
Ah,
not.
there it is.
It's a bit larger, but not that much bigger.
Okay.
Hello.
But it's big and heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are two typewriters right here. There.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's the Colibri.
Oh,
It's a beauty.
I love that thing.
Chroma Calibri.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to bid on one
Favorite.
of those once, but they just go for way more than I can afford.
Yeah,
Your
I'm
favorite.
sure.
You know which one this is?
uh, Hermes?
Yep,
Looks like a Hermes case to me.
Yeah, yeah.
that's my favorite.
And
I
now
don't blame you.
is that one of the Swiss-made Hermes or one of
Yep.
the other ones?
No, got it complete.
Wow.
Cool. I've got one of the French production ones, and I really like it.
Interesting.
I got two of those.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but this one is my favorite.
Yeah.
This one I use the most. Yeah, I
Wow.
got so many now.
Yeah. You know about how many typewriters do you have?
Over 50, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a bit too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to clean some up. Some I'm gonna take apart for just parts, like
Ah,
screws and
okay.
little things. So some I'm gonna sell, I
Yeah.
think. But every time I've done like I think I made a selection of the ones I want to sell, and then I made picture of everything and put them on a website. And then I got a return of the website that the background has to be white. And I thought like, oh, okay, then
Oh. Wow.
yeah, they're all scattered around in the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got a few in the bedroom, got a few in the living room, got some there, got some in the attic.
No, one time on Typewriter Club Live, we were joking about having a typewriter and a typewriter table in the bathroom for some toilet typing.
Yeah.
I think it was Sean that was saying, if you're going to be in there a while, you might as well have a typewriter.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, by the way, I quit my job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
they offered me a new contract for well, how do you say that? Indefinitely.
yeah, yeah.
No, but I decided they had some terms on it, and I said, well, no.
Okay.
So, but that's all right. No, it's okay. So I got some more time. That's why we painted the house. So
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
necessary after 12 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, do you have anything in mind?
Tomorrow I'm meeting somebody that invited me to meet for a new job here in the city where I live. So it's quite an
Oh,
interesting job. So, oh yeah, doesn't matter. And otherwise, I'll just go wait for the summer holiday, and then after the summer holiday, I'll continue to look to search. There's enough work, but yeah, I'm in a good position now instead of the beginning of the Corona crisis, which was horrible. But now it's all right, so I can
excellent.
afford it, so it's no problem.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Excellent. It's definitely nice to have that luxury of being able to have time to figure out what you want to do and get something lined up and yeah,
yep,
excellent.
true.
Yeah.
Well, I have to go. I have to
Okay.
do some shopping for dinner to get some groceries. So yeah, but it's good fun to be here for a minute.
Yeah, yeah. And we actually got to talk to you.
Yeah, yeah. I missed yesterday. Yesterday I had some friends over and we watched Formula One and Indy 500.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Unlucky
Excellent.
of Fike, he crashed
Oh boy.
in the Indy 500. Yeah, he's Dutch, so he was third, so he was pretty good, but he crashed out.
Oh. Yeah. Excellent. Well, it's so good
So
seeing you in Indo.
yeah, see you. Hopefully, I'll see you next Sunday.
Okay. Sounds
All
good.
right. Ciao.
Right.
Bye, Peter.
Bye.
See you later, man.
See ya.
All right. So yeah, I think I can go back to typing my.
You
Sometimes
can.
with people here, I'd rather talk to the people. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we both have our typewriters set up, so I don't mind doing a little typing if you don't mind.
That's what I was going to do anyway. Do you want me to mute, or are you okay with the sound of an Oliver 9?
Sound is good. Sound is
Okay.
good.
This has a brand new platen on it, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I had JJ Short put a fresh platen on this one.
Oh, cool.
This one, and I have a Corona 3, the folding one.
Yeah.
I had to put a new platen on that one as well.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. All right. Typing time.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait, and I want to hear this Oliver 9.
I gotta get the phone out of my way. I'm actually reasonably fast with it.
Yeah, definitely. That's very cool.
Yeah.
It sounds great.
Yeah. There's some machines that I keep an eye out for, and I'm like, one day one will come up with that I can afford to get.
Yeah.
That's what happened with this and my Royal 5. But
Nice. And so how's the feel of that? Like, what is it like to type on?
it's an interesting feeling. You would think one thing that it doesn't do that you'd think it would be that the different length type bars would make each keys feel different. That's actually not the case.
Interesting.
Yeah. The most interesting thing, the thing you got to get used to is the fact that, like a lot of the other ones, this one has a figure key.
Ah.
And it has the cap and figure key. And some of the controls are a little bit odd, like these are your left and right margins.
Oh wow.
Tab, this is your tab key. These little tabs here, these are your caps lock.
Okay.
Or your figure lock if you want to.
Yeah.
And then this is your backspace. And it has no, that's one side's release. The controls are asymmetrical. Release on the other side. It has no lever.
Oh.
the way this works is that the lever is actually underneath, and it's hit by a block under there. And when you push this end in, you've engaged it.
Ah,
So it rotates automatically,
wow.
which was something I always wondered when I looked at when I saw these Olivers. I was like, where's the return lever? Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
need one. Color selector is literally right here. Slide this stud forwards and backwards.
Wow.
Ribbons hidden under there. Yep. But yeah, and it actually doesn't feel too bad to type on. It's takes a little bit to get used to the, I'll say, inconsistent key feel. And what I mean by that is that it starts, it's like you got to get it over an initial hump, and then it's easy. And every
Okay.
key does this. So between keys, it's consistent.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
anyway,
Very cool.
all right.
Back to typing. Hi, JC.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good, good.
Y'all are up pretty early. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a morning person, so I usually get up no later than 6:30, and I figured I would start typing, and then I was like, well, I should just go live on YouTube. So
Good morning.
yeah.
Morning. Yeah, and my normal wake up time for work is 5:45, so it
Okay.
wasn't difficult for me to be up this early.
Yeah. Yeah. So, DC, I assume you have typewriters.
No, that's amazing. Fantastic.
Yeah, and my
Um, how many typewriters do you have?
Yeah, I was just enjoying coffee and I had a look and it's like, oh wow. Who, me? Yeah, of course. No. That's amazing.
Oh, I think there might be a delay.
Yeah, it looks like there's quite a delay.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he has YouTube on as well. Although we don't hear it, but
Hmm.
anyway, I'm glad JC is here, nevertheless.
Yeah.
Oh, this typewriter definitely has some issues. It
Yeah.
it has some skipping. It has piling of letters. You know, where it's typing letters without advancing. Um, it has the overthrowing of the margin. So I don't know. I
Hmm.
As much as I like the look of this one, I might not keep it because I don't really fix the typewriters. I do have Bob Marshall from Typewriter Muse. He's right here in Riverside. Um, but I don't know that I would want to pay money to have him work on this. So plus I'm trying to
Yeah, you
get my collection down too.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Speaking
mean
of
you're trying to
dropping
get your
collection,
collection down? Wow. Ouch.
I know, right? I know. Well, let's put it this way. I want to make room for more typewriters.
Quick question. Is the delay gone?
uh,
It appears to be.
possibly.
Okay, if you are answering me right now, then it's gone. Okay, perfect. I fixed it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was a
Good.
little weird. I'm sorry about
Yeah, yeah. You were like
Yeah.
3 or 4 seconds behind us.
that. I think it was like more like 10, but
It was more like 10.
More like 10? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
There,
I have a
my bad.
warped sense of time.
Now, and this is not the youngest computer anymore. This is the one I get from work. So
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah,
The old
the
work
old
computer.
the old work computer and a Lenovo ThinkPad T530, which is what, I don't know, about 4 years old now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all they give me. It's good enough for emails. All right, thank you.
Yeah. So earlier I was asking how many typewriters you have.
All in all, over both continents, I think I have somewhere around 17.
Oh, okay.
I do have some still parked in Germany at my mom's house. That's actually the little bit better, more interesting typewriters, because I did purchase them in Europe and just had them shipped to my mom. They're parked in the basement right now. Because
Okay.
she was just shaking her head. It's kind of like, yeah, seriously? I'm like, yep, seriously. I'm the odd one out in that family, so
Ah,
Mm.
everybody's kind of, what do you want with the old junk? Everybody's getting rid of it, and you're hoarding it. I'm like, yeah, you never know.
definitely.
Yeah, and here in the US, I have a couple of Smith Coronas, IBM Selectric 3, What else do I have? TA Alpha 201 Daisy wheel one, which is actually quite interesting. The only reason I picked it up because it was built in my hometown of Nuremberg.
Oh,
That's where the TA plant was. So most of the Triumphs of a certain age were built in Nuremberg. And I actually have a picture of the old plant because they have a very, very small kind of little placard on the building because it got defunct and it's been repurposed to accommodate somewhat of a business park now. But the old factory, the building itself is still standing. They still have the old placard there and the entry hall for the front office where it was. And, it's quite interesting.
wow.
So yeah, that's the only reason I had to pick that one up from Goodwill. I saw that made in Western Germany.
Yeah.
Looked at the back thing as Nuremberg, Germany. I'm like, yes, all right, you're coming with me. I can't
Yeah.
leave yet. I can't leave you at the Goodwill, even if you're broken. So
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
yep. Even though it's an electric Daisy wheel, I got it functioning again. All it was keyboard issues, basically contact issues
Ah,
on the board.
yeah.
Got that resolved, and it's working just fine now. So I'm actually quite thrilled. Besides it being a pretty big beast, I mean, it's about almost the size of a Selectric as far as footprint.
Okay.
Not quite as heavy, thank God. I mean, my Selectric 3 is probably my biggest one that I have. That is a monster, and I'm absolutely digging the Oliver. So what do they call that? A Batwing?
Yep.
The
question had quick for Gregory. The question had come up earlier where Oliver was from.
Chicago.
Chicago.
Wow. Yeah, keep the machine clean and oiled.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
You know,
it's
you
fascinating.
mentioned buying typewriters in Europe, and
Yes.
what I find really funky is that one typewriter I'm looking for because it's made in my home state of Wisconsin is a Molly typewriter. But for some reason, despite them being an American-made machine, I only ever see them seem to come up for sale in Europe for exorbitant prices,
Huh.
like $700.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that's okay. Interestingly enough. How do you spell that?
MOLLE.
Ah, okay.
They're
Never heard
made
of one.
in they were made in I think Oshkosh or Fond du Lac.
Interesting. I mean, I've been around
But I
typewriters
keep
a
looking
little
for
bit,
them.
but I've never heard of the brand.
Yeah, yeah.
They're a very interesting typewriter. There's two. Well, there's one up for sale on eBay right now. No, there's three of them. There's one in Australia for near 1,000.
Oh wow.
One in the UK for one in the UK for 200. That's needs a lot of work, and one out of France for 400.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
Well,
made in Oshkosh.
I mean, like I said, interestingly enough, I've never heard of the brand, which,
Yeah.
okay, and I haven't been around that long, but
They're an unusual machine. They're a portable, but they're very tall for a portable.
I'm gonna have
Like
to
they come
Google
with
that one.
good cases and everything, but they're huge.
Portable? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
yeah.
I keep scouring some of the German sites. Like I said, I'm looking for 2 or 3 specific ones over in Europe right now. If one crosses my path, I'll let you know, and we'll see what the prices are.
Okay.
That's about all I can do.
Yeah. Yep, that's the one.
Okay. Wow.
So I
all
have
right.
that. I have that as a saved search on eBay.
Wow.
And yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then
I'll check it out and see if any of the They don't have Facebook Marketplace. Facebook kind of missed out on that one in Germany. eBay has taken over the classifieds basically.
Yeah.
And that's where I get a lot of the hits from. Some of the better typewriters.
Yeah.
That's actually where I've got my Torpedo 20.
I bought one. Yeah. Most of
Wait.
my typewriters have been eBay buys.
Well, this is not eBay regular. This is eBay classifieds.
Okay. That
So
must be
it's like
different.
it's like Facebook Marketplace, but just powered by eBay.
Interesting.
So yeah, a little bit different concept. The problem is it's all usually local pickup,
okay.
as most classifieds tend to be, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's nothing I can have shipped, and usually I have to ask either my mom or my brother or someone that is willing to go out and get this for me, because they don't ship. So that's kind
Right.
of the conundrum there. And
Yeah.
my mom is getting a little fed up. So seriously, another typewriter? Yeah. How many typewriters do you need? You need one in your
Yeah.
household. I get that, but
Now, how often do you get over there?
I try to once a year. Last year, 2020, I had to skip due to COVID. So that didn't work out. But this year, I went, which was, oh hey Sean.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. So went this year for Christmas. Got to play with my typewriters again, which was great. Got to try them all out. Figured out that the second Torpedo 20 I had bought, basically the postal service had destroyed it. The whole carriage popped out of the rails, and all the ball bearings were all over the place. So yeah, not so ideal. Yeah. Luckily I got a second one, which was pretty well the same condition but fully functional. So that was kind of all right. So I've got a parts machine now. Great. Which is actually one of my favorite typewriters to type on, the Torpedo. Absolutely love it as far as the snappiness goes.
Yeah, I'm very curious about those.
The Torpedo, well, this isn't the Torpedo 18B, which everybody tends to favor.
Okay.
Well, that's what I think it was sold as a Bluebird here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
This was like one model on. I think it's got the same mechanism in it.
Okay.
But a different body style, and it's kind of this rather military, off-putting green, gray, whatever. Which is, it wasn't in military service, so there's no history attached to it. It's just they picked that ugly green. I don't know where the heck they got that color from. Somebody must have had like a couple of gallons of it flying around somewhere, which they couldn't sell. So they just painted the typewriters in it. That's all I can think of, because nobody in their right mind, I think, would pick that. But yeah, no, it's a great machine. Mechanically sound, didn't have to do much to it but clean it, just degunk it a little bit, and then yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hi Sean.
Hey
Sean.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, JC. Yeah. I was just lying in bed this morning on a day off, and I missed Type Help yesterday, and I checked YouTube, and guess what? Guess what's happening?
Yeah, I did the same thing. It's kind of like, what the world?
Maybe I can get my Type Pals in for the week. So I rushed downstairs and turned on the computer, and here we are.
Yeah, right now I'm at my house here in South Carolina, and unfortunately I don't have any typewriters here, so I cannot necessarily participate in any typing.
Oh,
that's quite all right. Chatting is good too.
Yes.
This is essentially Type and Talk. I started on the Type and Talk, which is the Zoom only, so not on YouTube. But I was like, because I was there by myself, obviously. So I figured, well, I might as well take it live and go on YouTube and actually be able to talk to people.
Well, that sure drew in a lot of people, Gregory. Otherwise, you might have been by yourself all day.
I know.
Which can be okay sometimes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. No, I'm a little bit flabbergasted right now with just kind of being on here. This is the first time for me, so
Oh.
no, I've been one of those lurkers, just kind of in the background a little bit,
Yeah, yeah.
watching, and whenever I have time, 3 hours, 4 hours worth of time,
I know.
which which is oddly enough, because Sunday is my day when I drive back to work, because currently I'm working in Virginia. But the
Ah,
house is in South Carolina, so that's a 6 hour drive. And
ooh.
usually that's when I catch up on the type and no, not the type and talk, the one you
Typewriting
do
Club
on
Live.
yes, what you do on Sunday, which is just great. Put the phone in the car, Bluetooth linked, and you have the audio on the car, which is just fantastic for driving.
Oh,
Makes the
that's
time
awesome.
makes the time go by really, really nicely.
Very
We'll have to keep
good.
that in mind so that when we're talking on Sundays, we think of you driving, then we can explain more verbally versus just go, here, look at this, and everybody goes, ooh, ah, isn't that awesome? And you're like all over the road trying to figure out what it is we're doing and knowing.
No, it's perfectly fine. I'm like I said, the format as is, I enjoy it very much.
Oh,
So yeah, no, it's fantastic. This sounds terrible, well, but it's a wonderful waste of time. Let's put it this way.
no, I completely understand what you're saying.
Because those 6 hour drives is basically wasted time, which is getting to be very boring after a year and a half. But no, this is a great way to spend 4 hours in the car. So
It's
no,
awesome.
it's
Yeah.
you every now and then, I've got my cell phone kind of like mid dashboard. Every
Yeah.
now and then you take a peek when you get the oohs and the ahs.
Yeah.
I do remember when Sean pulled out his silver
Oh, yeah.
typewriter, and it's kind of like, ooh, yeah, that was a dangerous one.
You didn't go off the road, I hope.
No. This
Okay.
was actually, I think I was in Charlotte at the time in a
Okay.
traffic jam, so that was perfect timing.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, glad you weren't driving at the
Do not
time.
apologize. Please do
Yeah.
not apologize.
Yeah.
This is, like I said, it's just a wonderful way to spend 4 hours.
I agree. Or 4.5 yesterday, Gregory.
Yes, a new record.
Holy Batman.
Wow, and I missed it. Dang it.
Yep. 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
Well, I figured, I
I
figured
was camping this weekend, so I thought I'll miss it for sure. But yeah, we got back at about 3 o'clock, and I'm like, man, I was only half an hour before. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Our time. Anyway, sorry, JC.
No. Like I said, camping sounds interesting.
Mountain camping is always fun,
Yeah.
but you miss type pals sometimes.
Yeah, well,
Do you
life
take a
happens.
typewriter with you?
I always take a typewriter with me everywhere I go. It doesn't matter.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. Yeah, even when we're camping out in the mountains, I always bring a typewriter. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. If it's a road trip, more than a day, a typewriter comes with me with a little portfolio of various letterheads, papers, envelopes, and I usually bring some letters with me in case I've got time to respond to a couple. Um, and yeah, that
Wow.
just works out because you know what? It's typically happened where I'm out in the middle of nowhere and I get struck with, um, some form of creativity and want to type, and then I don't have a typewriter. So that has impressed upon my mind the need to always pack a typewriter as part of the luggage, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. What do you
Wow.
usually take with you?
It varies. It depends on the trip and what we're going to be doing and where we're going. So anything from a Skywriter, the Empire Aristocrat, but I have a really crappy looking old, somewhat rusty Olympia SM3 with that white, the smooth gloss white finish, but it's turned more rusty brown over the years. But the typewriter inside underneath the body works absolutely fabulously. So it's sort of a perfect grunge camping typewriter. So it doesn't matter as long as I can lift it, then I'll take it.
I find it hard to believe that you have a crappy looking typewriter. You have one of the most beautiful collections, I'm sure.
Oh no, yeah, no, thank you, but yeah, no, I've got some typewriters. There, it doesn't look crappy. I guess it's got real character. And
Okay.
I've never wanted
Patina.
to, Yeah, real patina,
Yes.
exactly. And I've never wanted to do anything with it because it works so well and it looks sort
Hey,
of
Joe's back.
Hey,
Joe.
everybody.
Hey, Joe.
Hi there.
Welcome back.
Sean, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh
Keep
no,
going.
that's all right. So yeah, it just has the right patina. So there was never anything to do but just keep it the way it was.
Yeah. I'll say that's exactly the same thing I do with my Smith Corona Corsair. I've got one of the UK production plastic bodied ones.
Oh yeah.
I think I bought, believe it or not, I bought it at a car show. Um,
Where all the patina lives.
and yeah, it's really good for that. Although if you do not hit the key, if you half hit a key, it will still advance the carrier but not make a mark.
Oh.
Which means if you bump the wrong key when you're trying to press another one, it will skip, which is why I said that thing skips a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Skipping sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. This Royal Senior Companion is, well, it's skipping a little bit, but more than that, it's piling letters. And sometimes I press a key and like nothing happens, but it's very random. And I suspect a lot of it has to do with the way I'm typing because I'm not typing at an even pace. So and of course, the Royals are famous for that. So
They're a little more fussy. Yep.
yeah. So I don't know. I may not actually keep this typewriter. It looks nice. I like the color, but I understand on the screen it looks a little more green, but it's actually more like a desert gray, desert sand. That's the word.
It's an arrow.
Senior Companion.
Oh, a senior companion. Okay, yeah.
From 1956.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, you can tell it's an arrow or a senior companion or a citadel or one of those by the deckled royal on the front instead of the impressed royal.
Ah, yes. Yeah, there we go.
Still a gorgeous machine.
Yeah, I love the look of it. I don't know. Maybe I'll have Bob work on it. I don't know.
Now,
You
I
know
do, I do have to ask. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in here. You hear a lot about the Royals prone to skipping. Is that just the way the mechanism is constructed on the inside? Is that basically a design feature?
I would say that yes and no. The royal escapements by the 1950s were a lot more finely adjusted than they were back in the 1920s. So when you find royal portables from the 1920s, even in never touched unserviced condition, they're fairly solid typewriters and work without any of those problems. But as Royal improved that escapement over the next 25 years, they became very fine and very finely adjusted. And because they're stuck up in the back and basically underneath the main carriage rail, they're also hard to get to. And because they were so fine, things like the backspace pawl will go out or the adjustment will go out for how the escapement trips. And sometimes it's a bit of an arm, most times it's a loose dog issue. And then other times it's just people's touch doesn't really, it's too heavy and it's too modern for what needed to be a very steady, paced rhythm touch from back in the day. So there are some adjustments you can do to get that escapement going. But the other problem is now you want to touch it, you've got to really take apart a lot of things to get to that escapement or have some nice long tools to get up underneath and then know what you're touching there. So Royals can be frustrating to people because it's not like a Smith Corona, right? You turn it over and your escapement's right there. You can see everything you need to, you can touch it, you can adjust things. Royals sort of stuck up in the back and that frustrates people.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Because like I said, it's been any type of Royal I'm still missing in the collection. The only one I do have is because Joe has it right in front of him. This is the European version, a Royal Mercury 200, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all well. The one that I have sitting there is a teal one. And that one was interesting to get going again. It was actually my ex-wife's typewriter, so I gave it to our son, and he has it. So that's his typewriter now. And
when it comes to Royals, I will say my absolute favorites are the full-size ones.
Oh yeah.
The KMM and the HH specifically, which are the two that I have,
Mhm.
are both amazing machines.
Yep, there's a lot to be said for those big machines. I think maybe the QDL has maybe the worst reputation for escapements amongst the Royal lineup. But I think the big machines were pretty reliable.
Yeah.
And of course, the little Royal Mercury is not really related mechanically to the older Royals. It's Silver Seiko, right? But
Oh yeah.
Yeah, correct.
yeah.
But still, I mean, it's still a good typer
Yes,
for what it is.
indeed.
Hey Eric, how are you?
Eric,
Good. How's everybody doing?
Morning, Eric.
Good. We're just hanging
Morning.
out.
did you get Eric? Did you get on YouTube looking at your subscribed videos and go, "Holy crap! There's a typewriter thing going on. I better get on."
Yeah, I've actually been watching for the past hour or so, but I had just woken up and I just had breakfast, so
Awesome.
Yeah, I just woke up when I started this, so that's why I'm not on camera.
That's
There's a
okay.
reason I don't have the camera on either. I'm still looking a little scruffy and slightly.
There you
or-
go. I don't feel so bad then.
Gregory, you just lick your palms like this and then go,
I know, right?
then you're good. And put pants on.
You just got to angle the camera right.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
So, how have you been, Eric?
good. I been busy. I haven't been on the past few Sundays because I've had weddings.
Oh yeah.
But
It's that season.
Yeah.
yep, yeah, I had.
Congratulations.
Eric's been married more times than the state would like to know
See,
about.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I had two this weekend, and then I had three the last weekend. So the kind of goes from 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, Peter. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
This is the new addition to the collection.
Oh.
I just got this one.
SF.
You're gonna love it.
It replaced. I had a brother, Montgomery Ward brother machine that I sold, and this one has replaced it. But I saw Joe get out that machine there, and that made me think, I should get out a portable. I was going to get out my bright blue Smith Corona. You might have seen that thing, but I actually have two bright blue Smith Coronas, but figured I'd get this thing out.
Yeah.
I actually have two Olympias. I have this and an SM9.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Excellent choices.
my SM9 is the later one that's a little bit more square with the
With the orange dot on it.
orange dot. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
is
I've got that one.
that is probably the best condition machine that I own. That thing I got at a local antique shop, and when I went in, that thing was in amazing condition.
Wow.
My SM9 looks like it's from the same era as your SF. It's got the turquoise keys and the cream body.
Oh,
Yeah. This one
it-
came up. This one
Yeah.
came up for sale at a consignment auction house, which I've gotten quite a few typewriters from consignment places, local to me. And this was one of those. And it has both its little plastic things intact.
Nice.
This typewriter has one issue, which is that the ribbon vibrator here will come up and stick up.
Yeah.
So
I get that sometimes.
if my
like
phone
how-
wasn't so close to being wasn't being kept alive by its charger at the moment, I'd
Oh.
actually take this outside.
Yeah.
So how would you say that that compares to your SM9, Peter, like in typing feel? Like, does it feel pretty
The
similar?
SM9, they're pretty similar. The SM9, my SM9 is in a little bit better condition, I think. So there's a bit of that, but the SM9 is also a little bit bigger, and it has really where I feel a difference is in the carriage return. The SM9's carriage, I'm going to put it this way. It feels like that it was lubricated with a heavy grease. The whole thing of the SM9 feels that way. It feels incredibly smooth, but like there's a constant bit of resistance to it. The exception is the keys. The keys feel almost identical between the machines. But when you're working with the carriage, specifically the return, the SM9 is so smooth that it's almost difficult to describe the way that SM9 feels.
Like it's gliding on air.
Like it's gliding on air, but pulling a weight behind it, which of course is the spring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this one was one of two that came up. I got this one, and I was just one day late to get the other typewriter that was up at a different auction house, and I could have grabbed a KHM for a really nice price. I'm a little bit disappointed about that, but hey.
I ask because I've heard other people say that the SFs are pretty similar in the way that they feel to the SM9s. And,
Oh yeah.
And so that might be one of the next typewriters that I try to look for.
Oh,
Yeah.
I highly recommend it.
As far as key feel, the SM9 and this thing are almost identical. Probably the only differences come from the fact that my SM9 is significantly newer. That might do something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are talking about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What I like about the one you have there is it's one of the Ian Fleming typewriters.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and that's what made me want to get it because I had a '50s era Olympia SF, but it's just like gray basically. So then when I saw the picture of Ian Fleming with that typewriter, I was like, oh well, I have to get that version too. Yeah, I had to pay up for that one.
I think I paid $50 for this thing.
Oh wow, yeah, I paid more than that.
I do have to ask the SF and the Splendid. How do they fit into the range? Because basically the SF is also a portable. They had the Splendid line. I've got a 33, like Joe does.
Yes.
Yeah, you were the reason that I had to buy that thing. Thank you very much for that. No, I absolutely love it. But how do they fit into the line? I've never gotten that difference. I know the Splendid was prior to. Is this just a continuation of the line, or is this a derivative, basically going off of the Traveler? Or how does that work with the Olympias? I've never figured that one out.
My understanding is the SF would be like the top of the line of that size basically, whereas the Splendids were kind of lower end. And to me, I have a Splendid 33, and it's honestly very very similar to the SF. So I couldn't even tell you what the differences would be.
I think there's differences in the body style between the SF, and there is an older SF. I had one from the late 50s. It was more of a rounded body style, a little bit, not as angular as the Splendid, right? I think it's just they were pretty much the same machine, but they evolved through different brand names or model names.
Yeah.
Did the Splendids have tabs?
So the
Splendid 33 doesn't have tabs or a bichrome setting, and the 66 and the 99 both have tabs and bichrome. I think the only difference between the 66 and the 99 is the 99 has chrome trim that the 66 doesn't.
Deluxe.
Yeah.
I don't actually think that there is a tab key on this machine.
On your 33?
There isn't one.
No, on the SF.
On whichever one this one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about the typewriters. When you get up to this new, my expertise, I guess, is with like weird ones from like the 1920s and teens,
Well, like
because
you
that's
were
my
talking about
favorite period of
technology.
any technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite period of any technology is when it hasn't quite been figured out yet and people are just throwing stuff against the wall to see what works.
Yeah.
Because you get some wonderfully either goofy ideas or some that are really, really clever. They just either for one reason or another didn't wind up working.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm
Well,
just typing on this. Would you like a little bit of sound
Yes.
sample on this thing? Because it's got a nice platen.
Yeah. Go for it. Yeah, that sounds good.
It feels a little weird to go to this after just typing on the Oliver.
I know, right?
I don't know, because I've gotten so good with that. I can type really good on that Oliver,
Yeah.
and so going to other stuff kind of messes with me.
Hi, Daniel.
Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, everyone.
We're
It's a
just
bit of a
hanging out.
surprise to see people online. I guess
I
it's
know, right?
because of holidays in the US.
Yeah.
Daniel, you'd think you were retired or something that you can pop on a Monday.
You'd think, eh? You'd think.
You'd think.
It's actually been a very busy morning because we had no phone or cable or internet for a week.
Oh, wow.
Following
Ouch.
the storm in Ottawa
Yeah.
and the storm in Ontario and Quebec, I should say, but where we are in Ottawa, we were hit pretty hard, and so it's been a busy morning catching up with stuff.
But you're doing well.
Yeah, we're good. We're good, thanks.
That's
No
good.
problem.
That's good.
Health-wise, it's good.
Yeah. Excellent. Have you been?
And the house has no
typing-
damage, and so
Yeah.
we're good.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Have you been typing anything?
I have been sending letters. Actually, the typewriter, the beauty of it is, it still worked during the problems. So that's one of the rare, the manual typewriters, I should say. Right?
Yeah.
So that was fine.
Now, are you still doing the one type page?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I had to last week. I had to go about so it's more than 2 kilometers. Maybe I'll just say less than a mile and a half from my house to a public library that had power and internet. So not too far from us, but far enough that they weren't impacted. And I would publish one type page from the public library, and so that was okay.
Okay.
That's what I call dedication.
Yeah.
And like the joys of no, really, I mean it. I mean, my wife and I are both active members of our local library where we borrow books, but our local library had no power, so we just went to the next closest one, and it's not that far either. When you say 2 kilometers, by bicycle, it really literally takes 6 minutes, so it's not a big hassle to do that. And then, but the library was very full. There were not a lot of seats available because everybody that is a student or has a business or for a personal reason was there doing the same thing as I was, which is connecting to the internet.
Yeah.
Daniel, I wanted to thank you for keeping one typed page going.
Yeah, definitely.
You're welcome.
And that reminds me, your electrical power woes reminds me, once we were on vacation and we were staying at a little motel in Barstow, California, and the Wi-Fi was so terrible in Barstow. I wanted to get a blog article published, and I had to go down to the Starbucks and just sit in the parking lot and use their Wi-Fi to publish my blog.
Oh.
It was like 9 o'clock at night. So it was funny.
You didn't even use you didn't even buy a coffee, I guess.
No, I just I was very cheap.
That's okay. We my wife and I a couple evenings actually, we went to a parking lot that had cell service, and so we'd be able to catch up and send news to our families. And so we just go park in the Home Depot, and the Home Depot, it's not because Home Depot has a Wi-Fi, it's because we had cell coverage there. And just with the cell phone, we were able to connect.
Right.
Now, I do have to ask, since this is the first time I'm hearing it, that Canada had a major storm. You are located in Quebec, I believe, correct?
Well, I'm actually close to the province of Quebec, but I'm in Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada.
Okay. Yes.
And the city is right at the junction between the province of Ontario and the province of Quebec.
Because I have family up in Canada, in Ontario, London area, and I was wondering if that was impacted.
So Southern Ontario was impacted, and it's very localized. So I actually don't know, JC, what part of Southern Ontario were touched. I mean, we heard of places that got it worse in like in the lake areas, and but Toronto wasn't touched very much. So I can't tell you if London was. I can Google it.
No. Yeah, you're fine. I can just get in touch. It's just now I've got to call up my aunt. So see if she's all right and if everything's okay. I wasn't aware that there was something going on. So yeah, I'm glad you're okay.
Well, thank you. So it was a big storm, and there was a tornado in Southern Ontario, but here in Ottawa and in the province of Quebec, they called it a derecho, like in Spanish, which is a large mass of cold air that clashed with a large mass of very warm air, and the two created very high speed winds, 125 kilometers an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour, and damaged a lot of trees. And because, like in our case here, we live in a neighborhood with an old infrastructure. It's a relatively new house built in a neighborhood which all the power lines are in post, are in the air, and the cable and you know, like the phone lines are in.
Everything is above ground.
And everything's above ground. So when trees fall on lines, something happens. It's not
I live in South Carolina. As soon as there's like anything past like 10-mile-per-hour winds, you get into the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in New Hampshire, and all of our power lines are, above ground too. I mean, we don't really have the infrastructure for that type of storm, but yeah, my dad used to joke at our house when I was growing up, still living with my parents, that somebody up the street would fart and we'd lose power.
That sounds like one of my dad's jokes.
Yeah.
That's definitely a joke.
It's interesting. The last couple of days, I was down in Iowa because I'm in Wisconsin mostly, and I was down in Iowa for an event, and a storm came through there, and the wind was so, that area is so flat, northern Iowa, that it made the wind seem so much worse.
Yeah.
Well, there's
And
no
that
stopping it.
Yeah, that led to an interesting story, because I was down there for a wedding, and they had been planning on having an outdoor reception. they had tents and everything set up. And then that storm comes through and completely wrecks that.
Yeah.
So everybody had to be up at like 6 o'clock in the morning to help move the reception.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not funny. And geography has a big thing to do with air currents, where there are mountains and valleys. It certainly influences the winds. And in Ontario and Quebec, we have like large mountains to the northern part of the provinces, and it funnels the winds into the St. Lawrence Valley and creates like more important winds that way. So that's, yeah, I mean, geography has a big impact on winds. If it's flat, you don't get a lot of wind breaks. And if you have a lot of mountains, that might channel the winds. But this event, that it happened on May 21st, was worse than when we had a real tornado in 2018 in Ottawa. So it created more. There's still 20,000 households without power in the province of Ontario. So that was like 500,000 just after the storm. There was 500,000 households without power. So they worked quickly, and we had teams from New York State and teams from Wisconsin. You mentioned Wisconsin. We had teams from Wisconsin that came to help, electric technicians that came to help Hydro One and the other hydro services to rebuild some of the power transmission lines. So that's very much appreciated when we get help from our southern neighbors.
Which is funny because here in the US, you never hear anything about Canada.
Yeah.
Well, we do the same. I know that both Ontario, BC, and Quebec, I'm sure Alberta does the same. Like when there's a need in the US and it's close reach, that we send teams. So I know for a fact.
I'm glad that happens.
Yeah.
I've heard stories of that mostly up in around British Columbia and Washington State. There's some points where you have communities really, really close to the border, like all along that border. So
Yeah, there's a lot of towns like my great grandparents, when they immigrated to Canada back in the 1890s, when they had my great grandparents, when they had their kids, they had them in Rainy River, Manitoba. And my oldest great aunt, she was born in Rainy River, but unfortunately the Rainy River Hospital actually sits on the American side. So she became an American citizen, dual citizen. And whereas my great grandfather was born on the Canadian side, so he didn't. So when she was old enough, she said, "See ya, Canada," and then moved to the US, and we never saw any of that family again. So hey, it happens depending on what side of your town's on.
There is that one spot. There's actually this one little area. I think it's in Washington State. That it's a little.
Point Roberts.
It's a spot. Yeah, I think that's the right one.
Yeah.
Where it's a little area of the U.S., but in order to get to anywhere else, you have to go through Canada.
Yeah, it's a teeny weeny. I mean, it's not very big at all, and it just sits sort of on. You have to go through Canada back around to get to
around the bay,
and there's no way to generally get from Point Roberts back to the U.S. at all without going through Canada. And it's not big enough to have its own port or ferry or anything of the sort. So during COVID, it was a real poop show for those poor people there, because they were almost super quarantined in their little spot, because Canada got very crazy about it and wouldn't let people through the U.S. like from the U.S.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Yeah. There's another point like that. There's another site like that on the eastern side. It's called Campobello Island. Campobello Island is Canadian, but the only bridge to get to Campobello Island is through the US, through Maine. and COVID did the same kind of trick. That being said, I worked in trade for food, and we did provide, like some adjustments to the regular programs to let the trucks go in and with food and supplies to let that kind of thing happen. So yeah, but Campbell Island is in the same situation, and there's a town in Quebec that where the library sits halfway in Quebec and halfway in the US. So
Yeah.
that's quite like the building itself was built on the border.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
If you want to talk about really crazy enclave shenanigans, the old India-Bangladesh border could qualify for pure insanity.
Which
there was one spot where they had, I think it was, the old India-Bangladesh border
Okay.
had tons and tons of enclaves. I think they fixed it now, but it used to be, I think there was one spot where it was India inside Bangladesh, inside India, inside Bangladesh, or something like that.
Oh, wow.
That makes total sense. When they broke that up, somebody in London just sort of took a pencil on a map and went, that looks good, that looks good. And they didn't really know where all this went.
Yeah. I think somebody had said that there was, it had to do with a bunch of like feudal princes back in the day, kind of fighting, okay, you get that bit and I get this bit and I want this spot over here.
Yeah, wild.
Bill, it's good to see you. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing okay. I was actually getting ready to do some cleaning and mowing, and somehow when I checked it on YouTube, I saw the little notification. I'm like, what? So I don't had this been announced somewhere, or
we saved you from yard work, Bill.
Yeah,
well, we've been getting just pummeled with rain, and so it's crazy trying to keep up with the lawn mowing, so it doesn't get to the point where I can't mow it anymore.
I bet, yeah.
Like, because the rain comes and it keeps raining, and so I will hopefully get to take advantage of mowing time today. Otherwise, we're supposed to be pretty nice, I think, for most of this week, but I thought it was supposed to rain still today and maybe tomorrow, so I have to check my forecast again. But when I saw it was nice outside, I just thought that'd be one of those things I get done today. And
boy, were you wrong. You're stuck with us now.
Yeah, welcome. You can never leave the firm.
Yeah, this was just sort of an impromptu thing. I woke up and said, hey, I should do some typing. I was like, hey, I should do this in Type and Talk. And no one was there, so I was like, hey, I should just go on YouTube.
And look at everybody that showed up.
I know.
Wow, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So, Gregory, how much typing have you got done?
Very little. Well, I don't know. Let me see if I can.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You get about 20 lines.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
nice. That's actually not too bad.
Yeah, Joe too, and Sean, how much do you get there?
I got a page and a half.
And I have about
yes,
half page, a small half page, about almost done. So
wow.
Are you blogging that, Joe? Is that why you're putting it on smaller paper or blogging it?
I've been, this is the newsprint paper that I cut down from a large art tablet, and I just happen to cut these at 6 by 9 inches, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just kind of a favorite size. It is good for blogging, but yeah.
6 by 9. That sounds like Richard Polt Loose Dog Press size, paper size.
I think it was because I had this giant. So this is the smooth finish newsprint paper, and I can only find it in large size art sketch tablets. And so it's something like 18 by 24 inches, some crazy size. So I have to cut it down into 9 by 6 by 9. So anyways, yeah, it's a nice size. And so I cut enough here to make a little sheaf of paper
Yeah.
that I carry with me, and there's my paper supply. And of course, you also have to have the obligatory weighted clip
Oh yeah,
here
yeah.
on the tip of the paper so that the wind doesn't flap it around too badly. And it helps to have a red clip so you can see it, because what happens is if you forget the clip is on, is on the start of it, it'll get caught in the platen when you're
Oh
typing.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So anyways.
Here's my, I don't know if you can make it out, but this is my backing sheet, and it's just,
Oh yeah, it's a holy sheet.
oh
Oh.
man.
Holy
Holy
sheet.
sheet.
In nomine patri spiritu sanctu. Amen.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, I
That-
may not keep this typer. I don't
Hey,
know.
Gregory,
Looks like the backing
Here's
sheet that
mine.
Diane sent me in her latest letter to me. She got such a kick out of the backing sheet because it looked like a player piano scroll
Yeah.
or something that she sent it along with the letter. So that's pretty funny.
I don't know about you guys, but I've been trying to use backing sheets until they absolutely turn into a piece of historical art themselves. I want to
Oh,
see how
wow.
long I can keep some of these things going before they absolutely fall apart.
Well,
That's what I'm
yeah.
doing with this one.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
piece of, I think, 65-pound cardstock that's barely cardstock anymore. But I
It
think
looks like it, yeah.
I use this in everything except a few of my portables, and the little ones like this one can't use it for some reason because there's not enough spring on this.
Yeah.
But like all my big ones, I use this sheet. I think I first used it in the Oliver, and I think it's got probably well over 100 pages worth of typing behind it.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, that's an experiment. It's an
Yeah.
interesting experiment, really, because you can see all the
Yeah.
characters there, Peter.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should be able to sell that sheet for a lot of money because it's like hand hammered over months of time.
You know what? I remember joking with a guy at work about we have these blue rags, and we were wiping off bars of steel before they go into the Swiss machine, and the lines that created on it kind of made this geometric pattern just because I like to neatly fold my rag, and I'm like, you know what? I could probably convince somebody that this is a piece of modern art and get a lot of money for it.
Yeah, if you hang it from a wall, put a little
Yeah.
There you go.
placard on it with a
Oh,
name,
yeah.
a descriptive name.
Yep.
And maybe you should buy some of that oil paint and then spread it, and it's going to fill the voids. Now all of those
Yeah,
little
maybe.
voids are going to show
So
up, and you do a couple colors and you do a contrast.
Speaking of experiments, I'd like to get people's thoughts on this stuff. This is, if I can get, this is hemp paper.
Right.
So you can
Um,
roll it up and smoke it.
No, but
Exactly.
I'd heard
I wish.
that hemp was a little bit stronger fabric, and I've noticed specifically on my Remington machines that they have very sharp type slugs,
Mm.
and often almost cut right through the paper. And so I haven't tried it yet on any of those machines, but I'm thinking to maybe try some of this hemp paper out.
If you use it
Well-
long enough, maybe the hemp paper will mellow out the Remington machines.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Bill. Good thought.
That's great, Bill. Great,
Yeah.
great thought. But like I was going to say, all of the cotton, linen, hemp, or whatever, are usually much better fibers than wood paper. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I think hemp is very coarse. I mean, it's not fine.
It can be. This paper doesn't feels okay in the hand. I did notice that it's speckled.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can see that.
yeah.
So, which actually might look pretty good in letters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, of course, I don't write very many letters, if at all. But
You'll have to join the letter exchange here on
Type pals.
Type
Yeah,
Pals.
Type
Yeah,
Pals.
thank you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have to find. Yeah, I'll have to to see about that. Yeah.
I'm already struggling with one pen pal right now.
Oh.
Just for lack of time. That's kind of my
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
The struggle is real. I know.
Yep.
I'm caught up to about July of last year. Is so I'm
Well,
almost a
Yeah,
year
but-
behind.
Right, Joe, but
you have
you
the
have any,
problem. Yeah, he's got
you
the
don't-
problem of being very prominent, so everybody
Yeah.
wants to write him.
Yeah, I
you're
got 7
popular
letters out.
media
Yeah.
guy, so
Yeah.
you're
I
popular
got
social media
seven
guy, so you
seven
get a
letters
lot.
out yesterday or to this morning, and 3 of them were overseas. So I was using those overseas international forever stamps that we have. You just peel them off, stick them on, and I think they work in most every country except, Russia, China, and North Korea, maybe.
Yeah.
The circular ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I get those a lot. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, you're international technically.
Exactly.
I
but
guess
see,
technically I am. So
in-
one of the
in-
people
in-
that I was writing to, I typed up a letter last week, and I went to address the envelope, and I realized that I had used his envelope in one of my mail time videos a few months back. And in order to protect his address, I put some tape over his address, and I mistakenly put gaffer's tape
Oh no.
on the envelope. And
Oh.
it turned out he didn't put his return address on his letter.
Oh.
So when I went to peel off the tape, of course, it peeled off half the paper with it. But I was able to get part of the address on the backside of the tape in backwards enough to where I went online and searched for that address and found the whole address in Australia, New South Wales, and Sydney. And so, so I got an address correctly.
There you go.
Nice sleuthing.
Yeah, a little bit of detective work.
A little
That's
detective
good.
work.
Yeah. I should have used blue painter's tape instead of black gaffer's tape to cover up the
Exactly,
address.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
live and learn, right?
Or a post-it, a post-it
Or a
note.
post-it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
So,
in my
by the
case,
way,
Joe
Bill-
Live.
Yeah, I have one of your letters in the mail, Bill. So a letter's coming to you. It was
Oh,
the
cool.
one you wrote last June. So if you remember what you said in that letter, I'm responding to that. So
That's totally fine. I actually
what's
have
what's funny
something.
about it, yeah, is I'm so far behind that there's a chance some of the return addresses aren't even right anymore. You know.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
but-
I never thought about that.
If somebody moves, yeah, you're.
That could be a problem.
Yeah. Anyways,
I actually was watching. It was watching your last Zorky video
Oh, yeah.
that made me
Yeah.
realize there's something I need to send your way. So it's just because, not to put you further back in the queue or whatever, but and it'll probably take me a while to do so. But yeah, is from watching that video, it made me think I have to get one of these things for Joe, and
oh neat.
you'll understand why whenever it makes its way there.
Okay.
It's
I have
not
a
a big
roll
deal,
of
but
I have a roll of color film that I just finished up last week, and I have to pick it up tomorrow from the lab. So
oh, cool.
yeah, I'm
that's
looking
the one
forward
that you
to
started in that video, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So
Those
looking forward to
Zorkies
seeing
are
the
neat
results.
cameras.
Yeah, this is
I
one of
don't-
the early ones. It's like a Leica 2 thread mount.
Yeah.
You know.
I wish I'd like to get my hands on one of those days. I've got a couple old cameras. I've got a Bolsey B2
Hmm.
and an Argus A, and they're both all right.
Yeah.
The Bolsey, especially if I can get its shutter to work right, will be excellent.
Yeah.
But-
Shutters are always a problem.
Unfortunately.
Works great on the Argus,
Yeah.
but that's a zone focus camera. It's not a rangefinder. So
Right.
Or
I can't remember the name of it.
Friends
They're-
like Joe does.
Yeah, it's having a good friend that knows how to work on them is real helpful. I was going to say there was some British-made camera that was featured in 35 MMC, the camera blog, about a few months ago. But it had a shutter where if you oriented it was a square format, I think, or something. But if you tilt the camera one way, there was like 4 different orientations. The shutter speed would change just by
Oh,
something
wow.
falling. It was like a falling weight thing that changed the shutter speed. So you can just angle it 3 different ways and get 3 different shutter speeds.
Bracket, huh?
Yeah.
that sounds very clever, but also very finicky.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's an interesting design idea for a shutter
Yeah, and
mechanism.
there's a reason it never made it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
so it's actually intentional to the design.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
intentional to
wow.
design. It's just like a little pendulum or something that moves, and it sets the shutter speed to a different speed based on how it's oriented.
That's wild.
And I can see the problem would mainly be like if you're shooting like up, or pointing down, it doesn't really know which way to adjust the shutter.
Taking a family portrait is bad enough with everybody moving around, and if you've got varying shutter speeds due to how you hold your camera, I can see that's a problem somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. But you could see some technical guy was trying to figure out a new solution to the problem of adjusting shutter speeds. And he's come up with the idea, hey, we'll just have it so when you turn the camera a different way, it sets a different speed.
Who the heck signed off on that one?
Well, that's the beauty of invention, and so many people had great ideas that they put forward and marketed, and it failed, and maybe sometimes they lost a lot of money in it. But there was a lot of creativity in typewriters and in all sorts of things in life, right? That's kind of an interesting. The old typewriters are really interesting in that way. There's so many things, so many designs that people tried, and some of them were just not good enough to replace what had been, the Scholl's design or other companies. So,
like you think of the
amazing.
Oliver, for instance, just having that batwing style type bars just to solve the problem of making a visible typer.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or do you all think that industrial design has become a bit more standardized or less individualized these days? Like, I was watching a video about cars recently, and you look at the car designs of even going back just, I don't know, maybe 30 years ago, and how different one car to the next had a tendency to look, and nowadays so many cars look similar, or if you look like at the interior of a car and the layout of the dashboard, there used to be all this variety, push button automatic transmissions and so forth, and yes, there were a few of those, but they all tended to have their own little system or look, and today it seems like you have a hard time telling one car apart from another unless you really are up on the latest models, and you hop in one car and they all kind of look the same with their big screen in the middle, and I'm wondering if A, if that's just me, or B, if it's not just me, if that is more a reflection of it's too costly to chance innovating.
Right.
I think it's a matter
or
of like
an answer to society just not wanting to.
I think it's marketing. It's like market forces. Making a new car design is so high risk because there's billions of dollars at stake. So they have to figure out what the public likes. And so like the current craze is like touch screens in the middle of the dash and all the electronics that run the car and all these things, right? So they're very attuned to what the public wants. It's sort of almost like the way movies are created in Hollywood to appeal to as large of an audience as possible.
Yeah, nobody wants to take a risk anymore nowadays. That's the problem. And actually go out there, put something new onto the market. So we're just going to go with the same old schlop that we've had for the last 10 years because it was selling.
Yeah.
And be it movies and cars specifically, because I do work in the automotive industry. It's always the same design.
I think that's why change is always so incremental, because nobody wants to change very much from where the standard currently is at.
Well, one thing that plays into that is being worldwide and having basically whatever you put out tuned to a worldwide market. So you have to please everybody. Back in the day, they had a local market, It was more emphasis on what works in that local market, which could have been something rather unique. And now we go back and look at those designs. Let's say the Mini Cooper. It was a design that was for a very specific purpose. And the design fit that purpose, and it worked great for Great Britain. Anywhere else in the world, they didn't give a hoot. If somebody had their input, a Mini Cooper would have never worked in the US where they had those big old boats. Everybody would have looked at that thing and it's kind of like, I can shove that thing in my trunk.
Right. And the converse to the argument is there's also companies with certain unique design attributes that they don't want to change because of tradition. Sure. Like, for instance, Volkswagen's manual transmissions, you always had to push down to go to reverse, right? And they even warn you in the owner's manual, don't rest your hand on the shift lever when you're driving because you'll wear out that gear. By inadvertently pushing it down.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a feature where that shifter works differently than most every other manual transmission, but they don't change it because it's now become tradition.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows where it's at and how to work it. That drives a Volkswagen. Correct.
That's right.
Another company that's infamous for doing that is Harley Davidson.
Oh yeah.
Only in doing anything really all that modern. But yeah. It's one of the things you're talking about, them all starting to look the same. That's one of the issues that I'm having with the current crop of electric vehicles. I mean, they think there's just too much tech in them for me, and they all look sterile. Like, I've got a 72 MGB, which is and I think that's a really pretty car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is actually in the shop right now. I'm rebuilding. Yeah, yeah, I know that. I'm rebuilding the front suspension right now. But
yeah, it's the points are all been made, and so hi Bill, nice to see you. I think I agree with your question. It's not only you. For me, it seems like the Japanese companies, especially, have come with the more rounded versions of cars in the late or early 90s, not necessarily late 80s, but early 90s. They started having more rounded cars, and Toyota became a bigger company and worldwide, and that's what JC was saying, and that influenced the market, and it is the cost. There's no doubt that we want to pay less. Between two cars, we want to pay less, and we want the one that's more reliable, and that kind of drove a lot of consumer choices. Mind you, a lot of people, I find, in the younger generation, are customizing cars, right? They're pimping them up with color or with accessories and everything. So they take a very bland-looking design and then add some accessories to make it their own.
Sure.
And I think that's the reaction that the younger generation and like, so when I was like in my 20s, we didn't do that.
Oh, really?
But the people that came after all started customizing like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were always people that were better at body work than I and were able to do good paint jobs at all times, and also do tremendous modifications in terms of the engine or the exhaust system or the suspension to get the better performance. But generally, I see a lot more customization in the younger generation than my generation ever did.
Well, some of that could possibly be, and I guess this would maybe tie into the subject is, the marketplace for accessories now is just huge. There's a person could go out and buy just about anything you can imagine to slap onto their car these days. When I was young and just started driving, a bunch of my buddies were into modifying their cars. Everybody wanted to throw a set of mags on. They wanted to.
Right.
The worst case scenario was like somebody that decided to bolt some folded sheet metal onto their hood as a hood scoop, and it served no purpose, but they just thought it looked cool. And I was the odd man out because I had the little British sports car, and I didn't modify it at all, but I was kind of like the odd person out.
Yeah,
There was a
but you had
lot
a
of my
very
friends that,
individual car from the get-go, so you didn't
well,
have to mod it.
that's true. But it wasn't uncommon. I guess the point being, it wasn't uncommon for people, a lot of my peers, to want to modify their cars to make them more individual, but they had to, in a lot of cases, craft a lot of those things themselves, and people still do that today. But what someone could go out and buy, there's so many more possibilities now, and
Mhm.
maybe that's a reflection of the fact that these things had all become,
Yeah.
kind of the same. But so if I try to bring this back into typewriters somehow, I wonder how people viewed typewriters through time. Like, I know for me, the era of typewriters that I'm particularly interested in, the mid-century machines, there's a great deal of variety in terms of colors and shapes to some degree, and that probably coming from the era where almost every typewriter you could imagine was just black, that had to be kind of a crazy time on what people are probably like, what is going on here, and but that probably was reflected in like cars and other things too
Mhm.
at the time.
I think a lot of it was driven by labor cost. I mean, you look at like the transition from type bar machines to daisy wheel typewriters. It wasn't just about making an electric typewriter or electronic one that typed faster, had interchangeable type elements, and had a autocorrection, like a memory or dictionary, whatever. It was really about there's less assembly work required to make an electronic daisy wheel, less hands-on labor. And maybe that's a reflection of the success or of the labor movement. An inadvertent after effect of it was, okay, we're going to redesign products to require less labor. Like you think about how much manual labor a type bar machine took to build in a factory, right? Hundreds of people, hundreds of steps. And then I'm thinking about just getting back to the car thing. A lot of the new designs, especially for electric cars, and the user interface is driven strictly by economics. Because if you think about haptics, like what really works well for a person is to have knobs and switches, hard knobs and switches for a lot of controls. But having a wiring harness and a dashboard with all those switches is very complicated to assemble. Whereas if you have a flat screen, it's just software and a screen and very little switches on the dash. And that's the way electric vehicles are, like the Teslas, for instance, very, very little hardware switches. It's all, and they're trying to market it as an advancement, but it's really about labor cost, I think, ultimately.
Sure. I guess the question I would ask, and I agree with you. I feel exactly the same way, Joe. I like my cars pretty basic. I like my each control to have its own, each function to have its own control that's simple and not too many functions to begin with. On the other hand, I think of someone like my son or his friends, and I imagine if they hopped into a Tesla and saw the screen, that might be a welcome thing to them, because they totally know how to work their way through menus, and it comes naturally to them at this point. And
I think it's intrinsically unsafe to have to take your eyes off the road to operate a touch screen. But on the other hand, those vehicles were probably designed with the idea of, in the future, we're going to have assisted driving, which is where the Teslas are going to now. Some kind of driver assist. We don't have them yet. And
So,
also, if your
I mean, just
road,
playing with the touch screen in my Volkswagen, which
yeah,
is fairly limited, which I
yeah,
am very happy that it still has the volume knob as a knob.
yeah,
Um, it's terrible.
yeah.
You have to take your eyes off the road, and you have to find the CD and whatnot, and all this kind of other
Well, and
crap.
then self-driving cars are only as good as digital cameras are. And like I have most modern cars have like a backup camera, right?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
my backup camera is constantly beeping at me because it sees the shadow of a tree across the road as an object, because it doesn't have the dynamic range of the human eye to see that it's just a shadow. It thinks it's a black solid object. And like if your typical city has crappy roads like Albuquerque, where the lines haven't been repainted in years, in the off chance that it does rain here, you don't see any lines in the road. All you see is a wet road. So how is the self-driving car going to even know where the lanes are?
Right.
It's one thing to
Yeah.
make an ideal perfect road test track with ideal black asphalt and white lines, but if it's a gray rough pothole road with fissures that have been filled in with tar and faded lines on the between the lanes, that's the real world. And
Yeah.
You're right.
know.
And wake
I
up
gotta-
one morning with 2 inches of snow on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Joey,
how is that going to
and
deal with
you're-
it? Correct. Or
That's
leaves?
gonna be like,
Yeah, it's not
Exactly.
gonna is what's happened. This reminds me of there's a video that went around the internet a while back of a Tesla, which I don't think it wasn't on autopilot, but they still had the thing up of what the autopilot sensors are seeing, and it kept mistaking the low full moon for a yellow light. Yeah. And then
Or
the other
red
thing I was
moon.
going to mention was that stupid patent for a car that Apple took out recently. I don't know if anybody's seen that. It has no windows. The entire thing is driven by cameras, and your only way of looking out of it is VR. Plus, it's ugly. It looks like a mouse, like a
wow,
computer mouse.
that's just an inventor's idea. So
Yeah,
that's one of
yeah.
those that
Yeah,
that have very little.
it's the engineers kind of throwing ideas around.
Yeah,
So
it's a concept car, and it's
Throwing at the wall what
like,
sticks. I mean,
Yeah.
I love the. Sorry, JC, go ahead.
no, go for it.
I love the parallel between typewriters and cars for the color, because cars for the longest time were black, and I don't know if that's true, but I remember seeing many years ago a movie about Tucker, the car manufacturer, and his wife has chosen a color was powder blue for one of the colors for the cars, and the guys that were on the board of Tucker were all from existing, car manufacturers, big car manufacturers, and nobody wanted colored a color other than black on cars. And Bill, you mentioned black typewriters, right? And like business typewriters might all have been black. And then I guess portables came out, and then they were more like personal, right? And then the colors came out. So that became something. And at the same time, color appeared for cars, or maybe not the same time, but about within 10 years.
After World War II, pretty much.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to get away from the drab grays, blacks, and browns. It was in the 50s.
I remember seeing a typewriter ad from the 30s, I think, maybe early 40s, and it was talking about how it was probably a Royal, like a K&M or something. It was talking about how it's a low glare design. Nothing on the typewriter is shiny enough to distract you from the work. So they have the textured black paint, very little chrome. Everything was supposed to be very, make the whole typewriter secondary. It fades into the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Robert Messenger has actually done some blog posts on this very exact subject, Daniel. So I don't know if you've already seen those or not, but if you search his blog, I'm sure you could find them. It was pretty fun read.
I will, and thanks for mentioning
Lots of
that,
pictures
because
to go with it.
I haven't finished going through Robert Messenger's vast blog world of everything he blogged in the last 11 years, or
That's a
I
lot.
forget when he started, but it's just there's just so much there, and I always really like reading it. It's yeah. So I will look for it certainly, but I think that the marketing aspect is real, eh? So like, and boy, did they go like some of the colors at Royal came out, and some of the not crinkle, you know, when they have like the cracks, but it's not crinkle, it's a smooth finish, but you have colors with like streaks in it. All these things, they did like fantastic paint jobs. And I really think it's to get another market. They already had the, like the business market maybe covered, and they said, who else can we sell typewriters to?
Yeah, the home
College
market.
students. Yeah, the home
Yeah,
market.
yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yes, and
it's Sean is probably far more familiar with this, but there were those. I know, like some of the Corona 4s, I think, came with a variety of like color sprayed panels or whatever, and then you've shown examples of like the wood grain and the green moss or whatever. That I think those machines that you were showing were from like the 30s.
You got
Yeah.
you've got two real distinct color eras within typewriters, right? I mean,
Yeah.
there's the 1920s when things were on the high. It was the golden age. It was the Art Deco age before the big crash in 29, right, which killed a lot of these. But you have a lot of industrial advancements which drove that in the 20s, particularly Duco paints, quick drying lacquers, which also affected automobiles. So that really changed the industry specific to that time period. And because people were living on a high, it became about your typewriter needs to match your house, whether that's wood grain panels that you have in your house, or you like, mountain scarlet ash, or you like Bruce green, or any of the other beautiful colors they had. And I'll tell a quick story about a typewriter from the 20s here that's very interesting. And then you have the other color phase, which is the 1950s, right? Post-war America, new, awesome, the future is so bright and we just won a war against the evil empire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, like I liken the 1950s colors of the Royals to the Tri-5 Chevys, for those of you who know the 1955, 6, and 7 Chevy Bel Airs, because those and the Cadillacs and other cars matched the typewriter color explosion almost exactly. Like this pink Royal here, Elvis Presley's 1956 pink Cadillac, they're almost the same. The baby blues, the yellows, those colors that you never would have seen on a car, really prior to the war, because they just would have been so gaudy and ostentatious, were all of a sudden very acceptable in the mid 50s. And Royals matched that, as a lot of companies did with their colors. So it's beautiful to see, but they're two very distinct phases of color, one driven by an industrial change, the golden age, and then the other by post-war optimism and, the strongest country on earth, sort of going, hey, we're making a new world here, and being very excited about that. So, but they're beautiful. Like I agree with Bill, like just some beautiful phases of colors there. And when you, like, I've gone really hard into the colors because how could you not, right? It's just so uplifting.
Yeah. I will say one little fun fact is that in the 50s, pink was a men's color.
Yeah, well,
because it was considered bold. It was considered strong.
Especially down in Florida, you want to have a gay old time. Absolutely.
And then blue was more of a women's color because it was more subdued. And that's why, the whole thing of the 50s is the pink Cadillac is the thing that a lot of people like to think about when they think of 50s cars.
Yeah,
that's true.
Very true.
Ford had this really, then Ford had this like salmon color, this salmon bronze color that's really kind of cool.
Eric, you better be careful with that whiteout.
Don't
Don't
slip.
spill it.
I'm always careful.
Okay, good.
We don't
He's
want to
up.
see you sniffing it either.
He's up on the high wire without a net. Be careful.
I guess I
Gregory
missed
switched
something.
machines.
Yes.
I should have had the gal review. I missed something.
Oh.
Gregory appears to have switched machines.
Say Royal, Gregory?
Yeah, a royal companion, but this is,
Is that the
It's-
little Dutch made Royal?
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's essentially a royalite. And this is actually one of my favorite typewriters.
Yeah, what-
It works beautifully.
This is the one you and Ted talk
Think I'll fall
about
asleep.
frequently.
I keep trying to sway him into love for these machines, but he's not
He's
gonna-
not buying it, is he?
Yeah, no.
So what kind of
That's okay.
coffee do you have next to your Royal there?
Oh.
This is actually what is it? I remember I think the blend is atomic something or other. I forget the roaster. I forget the name of the roaster. I get it through Trade Coffee.
Oh, okay. They send
Uh,
you a different kind every month or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how do you like to brew it? I know we're going off on another tangent here, but
Well,
I'm just curious.
okay, so my favorite way to brew is with a French press, but
Okay.
I've been feeling very lazy lately. So on my breaks at work, I do some mall walking because we're located inside a mall. So I do that for a little exercise, and so I walk all the way through the mall into Macy's, and they just happen to have this little drip coffee maker that was on
Oh.
sale for $20, just a little 5-cup machine. And so I figured, you know what? I need another way to brew coffee. So-
Well, think of a drip machine as really an automatic pour over.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, so it's nothing spectacular, but it's a good cup of coffee though. Actually, I'm
Good.
surprised for $20. So
I find it very interesting. Just kind of listening in all these months of the regular shows,
yeah,
how similar the hobbies are or interests are in between everybody that's on here. I mean, you have a very wide panel, let's put it this way,
yeah,
from all around the world. And it's kind of like, okay, so you've got the typewriters. There's a good bit of fountain penning going on. Coffee, photography, all those kind of things. It's just very interesting to see. It's kind of, okay, yeah, I can connect
really
with these
is.
people.
yeah,
You literally just described all of my interests.
Yeah, but mine too. Literally, I mean, you've got the coffee thing going, and the fountain pens and the paper and the stationery, and here recently the shows haven't been helping with staplers and paperweight
Yep.
kind of things, and I'm going through the thrift stores and antique stores trying to find one of those really nice old staplers, which I've seen on here examples, and it's killing me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially
Well, I'm
Sean
gonna
does
sign-
not help.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to sign off, everybody, because we have tickets for a movie today. We're going to go
Oh,
see
excellent.
Top Gun. We're going to go
Oh,
see Top
wow.
Gun. in
I've
the
heard
big
good things
IMAX
about
I
theater.
that
so
one.
want to see that.
Yes, so that should be fun.
Fantastic.
Blockbuster movie. So
Yeah.
Yeah, let
I
us
don't know
know
the
how it
last
is
time I
without
was in a
spoiling it,
theater.
please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the last time I was in a theater, but anyways, it'll be fun. So
Enjoy,
Enjoy.
Joe, and
All
thank
right.
you so much
Thanks.
for visiting.
Hi, Joe.
thanks, Gregory, for having this. We
Of
appreciate
course, of course.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you
All
later.
right. Bye, Joe.
Bye, everybody.
Bill, I like your mug there.
Little Town.
you're muted.
Littleton.
You need a
Diner.
bigger picture?
Littleton. All right, let's make a bigger picture.
Have
Diner.
you been here, Eric?
Oh, nice.
I have not, but I know where Littleton is.
Yeah, I love this place. It's a diner in New Hampshire, in Littleton, New Hampshire, and it's funny. My wife and I were in Littleton on our honeymoon. It's over 28 years ago now, and we stayed in a little place that was not far, just a short walk from the Littleton Diner, and we went there, and we were just back out there last year when I got this, and it's cool to see that their diner's still around, and it's been there since I think that one's been there since the 40s or 30s maybe. But it's a
Since
classic
1930.
place. Oh yeah, it says right here on the front. 1930. Thank you. Yes, you're right.
Got a retro mug as well.
Oh, nice. Hi,
Hey,
Lynn.
Lynn,
Thunderbird.
so can we blow this up?
Hey,
Thunderbird, Thunderbird Inn.
I'm trying to take it easy today, but I'll do that.
yeah.
Where is it at?
Savannah.
Savannah. Oh, I see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very retro 50s kind of motel that is a lot of fun.
We have
great.
a Thunderbird. I don't know if it's Thunderbird Inn or Thunderbird Motel or something here in Riverside.
Ah,
I think it has a very similar logo also.
hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they give out like mallow cups and real retro. They've got all sorts of retro stuff. It's sort of a hoot. And Savannah's a fun place to visit. So, you
All
know,
right,
Gregory, now that I'm talking, watching you type with two fingers is just mesmerizing. I mean, that is, how in the world do you do that? You know, you say you're a poor typist, but you're fast with two fingers. That's crazy.
Lynn, don't underestimate us hunting peckers. We can be very, very fast, and we can compete with you touch typing types.
Well, Sean, what I like to say is I am the fastest chicken pecker in the West.
And I am the fastest chicken pecker in the West, chicken pecker in the west of Canada. So we're on the same page.
There you go. There you go.
I'm not exactly hunting peck. I do what I call the T-Rex typing. It's two fingers.
Like, Joe, I think.
Yep.
Does Joe do that?
Ted does 2 on one hand and 3 on the other.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
He's
Well,
a
anyway,
hybrid.
and I'm gonna have to head out pretty soon here. It's been nice to catch up with people on a day when we don't have nearly so many people around. But the subject of brightly colored typewriters came up, so I had to get this thing out.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite colors. If I could get one of those, yeah.
I actually have 2 Smith Coronas this color. I bought this one and then I got given a Sterling.
I love Sterlings. Oh man.
Yeah, in the same color.
Well, feel free
So
to
yeah.
send it my way.
That one is staying with me.
Okay, I
Especially-
don't blame you.
Well, plus I know the guy who gave it to me was a good friend, so.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well,
Well,
it
thank
was
you
nice
so
to
much,
catch up with
Peter.
you guys. I gotta head out.
Okay.
You.
Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Take care.
All right. See you.
Time. No.
So
Nobody
Lynn, what's
wants
up with you? We haven't seen you in a while, and I haven't been at Type Pals in a while, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Yeah, I've been busy doing the YouTube thing.
I am loving it.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing, Lynn?
YouTube channel on typewriters and the writers that used them and stuff
Oh,
like that.
I obviously am not following that. What is it? So I can get on there and heckle you.
I don't really have I mean, I call it This Typewriter Broke, but
It's just under your name, though, right?
it's under my name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely have to look that up.
The typewriter.
Very, very good. Well done.
Well, you know, it's interesting because there's a real learning curve on the video editing part of it.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Sorry,
And
what's it called again?
This Typewriter Broke, but it's under my name, just Lynn
Okay.
Johansson, probably get you there. But I've been using 78 records, and I got them like from a Goodwill and had to clean them. And so I was looking at how to protect the labels. And lo and behold, Gregory came up with this old.
You found it?
I found
The dent
and I was
pullers?
like, that seems like from a long time ago.
It is, yeah.
What is it? What is it?
He just had a video about how to protect labels when you're washing records. He had a huge record channel that you're sort of abandoning or kind of.
Yeah, it's on hiatus, maybe permanently, but
I mean, that's huge. You really had a huge following, and
yeah, like 1,200 subscribers.
Wow.
And I made hundreds of videos.
yeah, it's amazing.
But so
But to see you younger, it was like, what?
yeah. So basically, I had this video because I had read on a vinyl collector forum that you could use appropriately sized dent pullers, like automotive dent pullers, and stick one on either side of the label of the record. So basically, it's sealing the label, in the suction, and then you can just wash the record in the sink. Yeah, so so you can look for that on YouTube. And one of my biggest videos was actually the wood glue disaster, because one method of cleaning records is with wood glue. You put a layer of glue on the record, and you let it dry, and then you peel it off. Well, I used the wrong kind of glue. It was this very brittle glue, and so I was upset, and so I made this video, and here it is years later, and those records have long since been saved, and yet I still get comments like every single day, people saying, "Oh, you're an idiot! You could save that record," and
You were the jackass of the vinyl collecting world.
yeah.
Thousands and thousands of views, and
Yeah. Yeah, that particular video, last I saw, it had like 60,000 views.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, what I was running into was why in the world would you switch over to typewriters? Like,
Well, honestly,
I guess your interest changed.
yeah,
It all goes along what we were talking about earlier. It's the same kind of interests, oddly enough.
yeah.
Yeah, the vintage stereo
Yep.
records, CDs, cassettes.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
So do you not listen to records anymore, Gregory, or do you just not do the videos? I haven't seen what Lynn's referring to, so I'm not sure how involved it was, but
I was deep into it. And there was a time where I was listening to, multiple records per day, but there's a whole process to listening to records. You have to clean the record, you have to clean your stylus. I don't know. It's just there's a lot to it, and sometimes you just want to listen to music. So I've kind of abandoned records. I still have probably over 2,000 records. But I don't know. There's just a process to it, and with so many interests, I don't really have time to be cleaning records.
well, that was kind of the question I was getting at. Although I don't know, I've never felt that once I have a record clean, I don't have the need to re-clean it.
Agreed.
That's true.
I keep my stylus clean every now and then, but as long as I only have the record out while I'm playing it and I put it back away, I mean, I still have albums that I bought in the 70s that still you hardly can hear, a pop or scratch on them. Certainly hardly any scratches, a little pop here and there, but and those have never been cleaned,
Yeah.
But if you're buying used that, you don't really inspect, I understand the need to do like a deep clean or something to begin
Yeah.
with, but once you get them to where
Right.
you can, but it still obviously is a lot more involved for time. But what I was going to ask is like, how I'd be curious to know how many people have other hobbies that compete both for time and space. Like for me, I've
Yep.
figured, like Lynn, I know you have like your presses and so forth, and in my case, like Gregory, I've got a couple thousand albums, I got a couple thousand CDs, and so and those have been long running. I've been listening to records since the 70s. Those aren't going away. So in my case, and it's funny, after we dropped off the call last weekend and we're talking, just a few of us, that we joined Larry for the other connection. A couple of us were talking about just getting to the point where we had maybe a half a dozen typewriters that just worked like perfectly, that we always wanted to use, instead of feeling like the need to rotate through, and that's just a different approach than collecting is all. It's still loving typewriters, but like for me, I've kind of hit the space limit that I want to give up anyway, and but it's because I have other things that where I'm keeping my typewriters is competing for space with a stock of auto parts that I have that I don't want to store out in the garage where I go through heat cycles, and and so just from what JC was observing, there's probably other people that have various things that are maybe not the exact same things, but a similar situation where you're you only have so much time, you only have so much space, you only have so much money, and so where do typewriters kind of rank in that list?
Yeah. Well, for me, the records take up so much room. It's ridiculous. And especially considering how little time I spend listening to them, it's like they don't really deserve that much room. Yeah.
See, I keep my records in the basement, and then I'll just grab a few that I want to play. I'll bring them upstairs, and eventually I'll get to where I've got a little stack. My records kind of, they start adding up, and then it's time to take those back down and refile them, and then I keep repeating that process. But I don't have the space unless I were to do some major work and build some built-in shelving for a couple thousand albums, and that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So
Imagine
I
it's
don't
tough
have the
too.
skills.
Imagine it's tough too, like being in California, you don't want to have like one of those shelves that like gets really tall either, because if you have an earthquake,
Oh yeah.
have that fall on you.
Oh yeah.
Be a good thing.
Definitely. Yeah.
That would hurt.
Yeah.
Only for a little while.
Riverside. Fortunately, here in Riverside, our earthquakes are never very bad. We're far enough away from San Andreas to be pretty safe. I mean, it would have to be a very, very bad earthquake to really affect us, but yeah.
Yeah. On the subject of music, though, all the things that you were saying about, like it taking up time and like having to clean them and all those things that you described like as negative things, like those are all the reasons why I like listening to records.
Well, see, when I first started, I think that was all part of it, but then it gets to a point, or it got to a point for me anyway, where all that started becoming work, and I wanted it to be more about the music, because for quite a while there, it was all about collecting the records and finding them at thrift stores, and you'd go on a frenzy buying records, and so it was all about that. But then it got to a point where, well, first of all, I wasn't really finding anything in thrift stores anymore, and then it just got to a point where I should be listening to the records, but they need to be cleaned and this and that and the other, and organized, and so it kind of
technically it's an acquisition disorder.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Um,
with me, kind of like what Bill was saying, once I get the record, I buy it used, I clean it once, and I haven't had to clean any of them, like a wet clean anyway, ever since I got them. But what I do is when I take the record out to play it, I have a brush that takes any dust or static off of it, and as
carbon
long as you
I
do
actually have
that,
one of those too.
yeah,
I forgot
and
about
as
that.
long as you do that every time you play the record, it keeps it in pretty good shape. But like you guys were saying, I also do the CDs and everything, and I stream music too. But I find that I like having different methods of listening to music, because sometimes I'm in the mood to listen to a record. Other times, I just want to listen to it digitally. But one of the things that I've kind of gotten into recently, which I already mentioned to Bill in the previous letter, but I'd be curious to know if anybody else has had this interest, is I've been getting into older iPods. So like the original, this is the 4th generation with the
Yep.
monochrome screen. I got this on eBay, and then I got a new battery for it and put I converted it to a SD card. So now it has 128 gigabytes of memory on it, whereas it only had 20 before.
Yeah.
And so I can fit my entire music library on here, but and I put podcasts on here too. So I like having my music on here because when you're on your smartphone listening to music, there's so many distractions that your phone is capable of producing. Whether it be just a phone call or a text message coming in,
notifications. Yep.
And even if you put your phone in airplane mode, the fact that it's a device that is capable of doing all these things, like it's still in the back of your mind, even if it's in airplane mode. It's still there. So
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I like having something that it's just all it can do is listen to music, and I'm happy with that. It's just sometimes that's all I want to do is just listen to my music. Like I don't want to do all these other things. So
yeah,
I still have my original iPod Shuffle, the little square one that they had.
Yeah.
With the 1 gigabyte, and I still rock that. And yeah, every now and then it's just nice. I know exactly what you mean.
And that's not the only iPod that I got either. I also got this 5th generation one, and so this is starting to turn into a collection.
I've been looking.
So I don't know how many more I'm gonna get, but
I think I have a whole box full of those in my basement if you're interested.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here we go.
Are you still with us? Are you still there?
I think he just jumped in his car.
Yeah, he's headed over there right now. Now, Eric, are you picking those up affordably, or are they like collector's items now?
So this is the first one that I got, the 5th generation. I got this on eBay before I discovered that it's actually relatively easy to repair these and mod them. So I think I paid about $150 for this because it was already refurbished. It had a new battery, like new front plate and back plate and everything. And that's a fair price. Like I'm happy with it. I could have gotten it a lot cheaper if I, had wanted to put the work in and everything. But then once I did learn that it's relatively easy to repair and mod these, I got this one, I think for $40, and put in the new battery and there's an iFlash adapter card that you put in, like it plugs into the old cable that you put the hard drive into. So I think all in all probably cost me about, with the price of the iPod and all the components I put into it, probably about $65.
Okay.
So, but if you're looking to get like the older ones, like the original 1st generation iPod, those are typically going for like $400. So it really depends on the model.
Okay.
Are you kidding?
No.
Then you have a box of gold.
I know.
Eric, you
All of a
just shot
sudden
yourself in the foot.
I'm envisioning, Lynn, how many typewriters did this convert into?
Well, I'm not a collector. I've always thought of myself as an enthusiast, and listening to you guys,
That's a good word. I like that.
Yeah.
really true. Because, like, I've got vinyl, but I've got maybe 2 crates, that I can move around, and I've got a digital camera and a large format analog camera, and that is more than I use very much at all. And typewriters, I'm looking to get rid of anything that I'm not really using. So I guess I'm not that sort of personality very much, but I do enjoy the hunt.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the,
that's exactly what does it for me. It's basically an acquisition disorder. And you get into a hobby and you're interested in all kinds of different things that are out there. And this is the same with typewriters. You start with one, okay, then you watch the videos, you repair that one, all right, perfectly fine. But then somebody goes off on a tangent on an Olympia. This is the best typewriter ever, and it types so nicely. Okay, so now I got to go find an Olympia to actually figure out, is this more to my liking? And
It
then
is.
you turn around, and all of a sudden, there's 17 of these things sitting in your living room, and you're like, I've got an issue. So,
Well,
it,
I mean, you mentioned that, and I mean, I've taken a similar approach and Joe mentioned something about this in one of his older videos, but like building a collection of typewriter experiences.
exactly.
And that's kind of where I'm at, is like, I've read about all these machines, and I ended up finding a few different blogs, older blogs of people that, like, I noticed a couple of key machines that they mentioned that I tried. I'm like, man, I really like the feel of this machine and this machine. All of a sudden, it's like, I want to know what other ones they tried that they really liked, and so I started going down this rabbit hole of machines that, you know, I was buying them more to make sure I was able to experience these different machines. And like,
Exactly.
now where I'm at is like, I've spent some time getting them all working as good as I possibly can. I might still need to do a few fine adjustments here or there with alignments and so forth, but for the most part, everything on them is functional as it should be. It works smoothly. There's no problems, and then next thing I determine which of these machines do I want to invest in new platens if needed. Because if it's not a machine that I think I'm going to keep, it's not one of my favorites, and I don't want to put the money in for a platen. But I'll go through and I'll get platens for certain machines, and then the ones that don't make the cut, I'll probably end up moving on to somebody else, But at the end, I'll have tried all these different machines and been able to experience what they're like. So when somebody talks about them, I'll have had some time with them, and I'm fortunate because what I don't buy, there's plenty of things that I can try around town. We have like 3 different typewriter shops, but
Wow.
sometimes it's
Oh,
cool to
that's very
have
lucky.
it. Yeah, and actually there's a fourth place. It's not a shop, but it's a little like a area within one of those antique malls that it's an older retired couple, and they're just passionate about typewriters, and they always keep 17 different machines on display in their booth area there. It's not
Oh,
really a
wow.
booth, it's just a space full of shelves of typewriters. And so that's where I went to buy my first one. And so I was able to do the comparison with the machine I went to look at with, I think I tried out a total of between like 10 and 12 machines that day. And it only further, clarified my choice. Like the one that I went to go buy was the one that I ended up liking the best anyway. But I like to be able to get my hands on them and feel how they work and operate, and that's kind of the cool part. And from there it's like, okay, well, now when somebody talks about this machine or that, I know what that feels like or works like, at least to a degree that you can, because every machine's different, right? I mean, they all have
Right.
different varying backgrounds and amount of wear and so forth. But for me, that part of it's been really cool.
And that's why I would like to get into a type in or a type meet, just to kind of be able to put my hands on a different machine, something like a Royal, which I don't have. And it's is this actually something that I would enjoy typing on?
Well, JC, it is cheaper than buying 200 typewriters to figure that out.
Yeah. Besides, there is somebody that would probably shoot me if I had 200 typewriters.
Well, you gotta decide who's going to be around longer, the typewriters or the wife.
Oh,
Just joking, just joking.
Okay.
Don't tell her I said that. Don't tell her I said that.
No. A little bit of personal information. This is number 3, so yeah. And not the typewriter. So.
Oh man, that is funny.
No, it's just that, like I said, one of those things is where you go off on a lot of these buying tangents is just curiosity about what was put out there on various videos and blog posts and whatnot. And it's not necessarily always pertaining to the typewriter hobby. Fountain pens, same thing. Then the record players, the stereos, speakers, headphones. Now it's vintage computers. All of a sudden, it's kind of like, yeah, back in 1985, I had this little thing, and so you go on a hunt, and it's yeah, it's just taking up a lot of space. So yeah. But to go back to the original, what Gregory was talking about, I grew up in the 80s. I'm 45, going on 45, and I still remember having him as a kid. And so I'm not necessarily in that realm of the audiophile where I have to, get out the white anti-static gloves and, just the baby cloth and do everything. It's like, okay, we're going to create magic here. No, it's a freaking record. You slap it on the record player, you put the needle on it, and you crank that thing up to 11, and then you rock the house. Yeah. That's more my approach to the whole stereo thing. It doesn't have to be high dollar. It's whatever just floats your boat, and that's why I like listening to CDs. And I've been asked stupid questions about the cassette hobby, because I
have
I've
cassettes too.
I have
and I actually sit there actively in front of my deck with my laptop, Spotify on, and tape the playlist. And it's kind of like, why would you do that? And it's kind of like, I've had my phone die before. I've had bad, it's just something different. I don't know. And it's something, sometimes you just like the format.
It's just a different experience.
Correct. It sounds different. It's just, it puts you back into where you grew up as, you're growing up in the 80s, your playlist was the radio, and it's a stupid meme nowadays. I get it, on Facebook and stuff like that. But you sat there in front of the radio and were hoping that your favorite song would come on, and now you've got it all on like on demand, which is absolutely fantastic. So you put that thing on a tape, and then a year later, it's kind of like, I wonder what's on this thing. So you slap it into the Walkman or the stereo, and it's kind of like, oh, wow, fantastic. Yeah, I remember listening to that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's weird, but
that's part of the thing too with the iPods and CDs and vinyl, is that with streaming music, like it is great having everything on demand, but at the same time, it can get kind of overwhelming just having the entire catalog of all recorded music that has ever existed.
Yeah, I know. If you get distracted and you just flip through the playlist, only listening to half a song, because there's nothing, it's instantaneous, and there's nothing preventing you from doing it. Really, it's kind of like, okay, advance after listening to it for about 30 seconds. And I find myself
take it for granted.
Correct. And the same with the iPod. I find myself frequently doing that, to just kind of flip through, and it's kind of like, oh, yep. I do not do that with a cassette, because now all of a sudden you've got a minute worth of nothingness. to find that song that you have. So you tend to listen to it more attentive, I guess. If that's
Linear fashion.
yes, thank you.
You appreciate it a lot more.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you just yeah, it's a different style of listening, and that's I find that with records. There's songs on an LP that you might not favor too much, and there's that barrier of having to get up out of your chair and actually picking up the needle, putting it in on the other groove, and then you miss the first part of it. Okay, so it's kind of no, I'm just going to listen to the whole side. Here we go. And it's a different kind of listening.
Yeah, and you're kind of forced to appreciate the album as a whole that way too.
Yes.
Like you might not necessarily appreciate the song just like by itself, but in the context of the whole album, then it makes sense. And you don't really get that with with digital music, just being able to skip any song that you don't like. You just kind of throw
Sure.
the ones from the album that you like on a playlist, and that's your only experience of those songs.
Well, bye, Daniel.
Bye,
Bye,
Daniel.
everyone.
Bye, Dan.
Good to see you,
Thanks
Daniel.
for joining us.
See you. Thank you,
And-
Gregory. Bye.
You're welcome.
And I also have gotten a couple CD players, just portable CD players, when I was starting to get into the iPods too, because for nostalgia,
Right.
having grown up, that was kind of how I listened to music in middle school and high school, and until I got my first iPod. But just the idea of only being able to carry around a limited selection of albums at a time, and just because you have so little to choose from, you kind of appreciate it more and you focus on it more, and it's just a different way of experiencing the music.
Yeah, I don't have the camera on, so you can't see me smile right now because yeah. It's exactly the same thing. I mean, I've got the portable CD players, I've got the one for the stereo. So yeah, same interest. I've got Walkman, just kind of because I grew up with a Walkman. That was my first audio device, basically. Dad bought it to keep me quiet in the back of the car. Yeah, it's just one of those things, and you set yourself up into a comfort zone, I guess, just because you're so familiar with it. And I find it fascinating that younger generations are, to some extent at least, finding an interest in that whole topic again for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of a rejection of just the way social media and the internet has kind of screwed up our culture to a certain extent.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's good for a lot of things, obviously, but it's it's brought a lot of harm too. So sometimes
that's a mild understatement right there.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, no, it's yeah, seeing the kids, I mean, they've basically got that cell phone in front of them 24/7. It is insane the amount of bombardment that they get as far as notifications and all that kind of stuff, and then they see me on these, I have to, like I said, they're not my kids. They're my wife's. So
yeah, I mean,
seeing a bunch of 15 or 18-year-olds, just how they go about daily life is an interesting fact. And it's just so instantaneous, so very short-lived. And then they look at me funny when I type out. I mean, when I apologize to whoever I still have to write a letter to. But when I actually find the time to do so, why do you do that? Just send them an email or a text message. It's kind of like there's something else about it. It's longer lasting.
yeah.
You have this letter. It's the same with music. You have that album. It's there unless you store it in the attic and it melts on you, that record, or dry rots, or in case of the cassettes, it gets chewed up by the mechanism or something stupid. You have that, and I still have cassettes from when I was 8 years old. I still have them. because fortunately enough, my mom had a basement that I could store these things in, and nobody luckily never touched them and threw them away. So, it's like Bill was saying, he still has his records from what that he originally bought in the 70s. It's not just the physical record. Yep. Could you listen to that music on Spotify? Yep. But there's more to it, to that record. You remember going into that store, picking that record out, listening to it until your ears fell off. Possibly your buddy coming by, this was maybe later in the 80s, with a cassette tape and ripping it. The first piracy. Yeah, here we go. There's all these memories that are attached to a format, a record.
Oh yeah.
And it just puts you into a different mindset and comfort zone. At least on my end. I don't know if anybody else can relate to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, kind of like going with what you're saying, with records at least, because they are, they do get worn every time you play them, and things happen over the years. Like maybe you accidentally, bump the stylus across like a certain track or something. Like all that kind of becomes part of the experience. Like every time you listen to that record, it's your particular copy of that album isn't going to sound like any other copy of that album, because the surface noise has a different pattern to it, and so like that all kind of a lot of people will see that as flaws, but that kind of becomes part of your experience. And so like with certain albums, like I know like when a particular pop is about to happen, I'm just kind of like waiting for it, and that just makes me happy. I don't know if other people experience that, but it's just more personal.
Mm-hmm. It's very individual. I mean, getting the Spotify stream, like I said, it's a great thing to have that vast database of all the music in this world, more or less, at your fingertips. But it can be overwhelming of what you choose. It's what Gregory was saying to some extent. You're spoiled for choice.
Yeah.
And it gets to be a task. It gets to be work. What do I listen to today? And then you're standing in front of 2,000 records and you're like, yes, no. And you spend a half an hour just looking at it and it's, I'm not feeling this, I'm not feeling that. And then you end up not playing anything because you just wasted a half an hour and you've got to go get groceries or something.
Days like that.
Yeah, and instead I have that problem with the typewriters now, where it's kind of like, okay, what am I going to type this letter on? And you stand in front of your 9, 10, 12 typewriters, and it's kind of like, well, I've used this one the last time, and well, maybe this one, well, I don't really like that one, and it becomes, you get so wound up in your head, I guess, and then you end up not, I don't know, not really just kind of going for it. It's now a choice. It's kind of like work. You're trying to design something, with this letter, which, yeah, I don't know. It's not like it used to be back in the day where you had one typewriter.
Yeah.
And or, like one fountain pen, and it was always blue ink in there. And you just went ahead and wrote, and what happened in your day, and you were just happy to connect with whoever wrote you that letter as an answer.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's that headspace problem.
Yeah.
Spoiled for choice.
And going back to what you were saying too about just the younger generation, I speak about the younger generation as if I'm not part of it, but but I feel like a lot of people these days are incapable of just being with themselves and just like experiencing the world as it is. Like they're always looking for stimuli, just like from like on their phone. Like they're incapable of just being bored anymore.
Yeah, they don't know what to do with themselves.
It's a bit of ADHD through technology that's been created in everybody.
Really is.
I just feel like it's sad because it's like the world isn't an interesting enough place for them anymore, that they have to go on Facebook or Instagram and compare themselves to, other people and what's going on in other people's lives. And it's all fake. Like none of it is really real because people are only showing, the best parts of their life. And a lot of times they're just putting a filter over it. So it's just and then there's also the disinformation and misinformation part of that too that you get with all these media outlets. But it's a real problem.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I agree. Hey, Carlos.
Hey, Carlos.
Morning.
Morning. How are you?
We're just having a
Oh,
hangout.
we got some small eyes there.
It was just listening on YouTube, and I think the thing that came to mind that's kind of somewhat related is like for a while I would, be looking for like the best to do app or whatever, and eventually I figured out that all these to do apps that I have are just capturing all the things I'm not going to get done because there's too much stuff that I'm putting on there.
Yep.
It's just
Yeah.
easier to write it down with a pen and paper, and those are the actual things that I will get done because
Yep.
yeah. So it's kind of similarly related.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Technology is a
it's really
blessing
easy
and a
to-
curse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really easy to check your to-do list on your phone and then end up getting distracted by Facebook. Like you go to see like what you actually have to do, and then it's like, oh, I'll just check Facebook for 5 minutes, and then 5 hours passes by.
Well, you've got like 500 notifications, and in the meantime, so and then Instagram, and then all of a sudden YouTube pops up, and oh, look at that. Well, let me just go through these, and yeah.
And Eric, have you heard of the light phone?
I have, and
Okay.
I've thought about doing that. I just deleted all the apps off of my smartphone, or disabled them in screen time settings. So it doesn't have email on it. It doesn't have the web browser. I don't have podcasts on there because I do all that on my iPod now. So it pretty much it's just a phone. It just I use it for calls, texts, maps, calculator, stuff like that. So I basically made it into my own light phone.
Yeah.
But
And for everybody else, the light phone is this e-ink, so kind of like a Kindle screen, and it has no camera, and you can just basically make calls, have like a podcast and your music on there. It has no browser or anything like that, and text. I think it also has maybe like a calculator or something simple like that.
Sounds like a
It's
flip
supposed to
phone.
be-
Yeah.
yeah, it's
yeah,
essentially a flip
it's sort
phone,
of like
but
that.
yeah.
But you can't view photos like a if somebody sends you a photo or anything like that, you can't view it. So a lot of times people will send me photos like for work stuff. So it's one of the reasons why I probably wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, you there is a way to have it send it to your email so that you can view it like on your computer and stuff like that. But I guess the whole my whole thing with the smartphone is that it really was a tool that was designed to make our lives easier. And I guess we just kind of have to be intentional with the types of things that we use it for. Because if you just have all this entertainment stuff on there, then it really isn't making your life easier. It's just preventing you from doing all the things that you should be doing. So, or that you actually want to be doing.
Yeah, and you're basically on call 24/7 because I mean, just in my business world, like I said, I'm in the automotive industry. We make parts for just one of the vendors is BMW, and there's a lot of international chatter going on. So you have emails coming in from China or from Europe at all times of day and night, and you have to be very intentional at one point in time just to kind of shut off the sounds, because 3 o'clock in the morning you hear the ding 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 of the emails coming in, and it messes with your life because you're on call 24/7. I mean, this week I took off, I had vacation, and I deliberately had to turn off my phone. There was 3 people in the plant that knew or that have my private cell phone number. Just for that reason, it's kind of like, look, if the place is burning down, then let me know. I don't need to come next week. But anything prior to that, you're up. And if you do need to reach me in case of an emergency, this is where you do that. But elsewise, I will not respond. And it has taken me probably the better part of the last 5 years to realize that I've got to do that in order to basically just kind of prevent my head from blowing up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
it's mental health issue. That's what they call it nowadays. You know, just kind of stressing out.
Yeah.
And it is an interesting fact that you get you get into anxiety issues if you don't have your phone with you, if you actually have it turned off. So what you were saying, you know, it's not just the younger generation. It's I mean, like I said, middle aged. So you've gotten so attached with all these topics, and you're basically on a life support line with that phone. You might be missing out on something. Oh my God, I might be missing the email. And then you think back on how my dad did it, you know, in the 70s and 80s. You had a landline phone. You didn't have emails. When you left work, you left work. It was all there. And when you were home and you concentrated on home things.
Yeah.
Did you possibly think about it? To some extent? Absolutely. But you still had that space, and you do not have that anymore. And
Yeah.
it has gotten worse with the pandemic of video calls. I mean, I'm glad we have the technology to do what we're doing right now. But as far as getting into work stress and all those other kind of items, this is the absolute dark side of it. It's amazing how much that has consumed your private life. And
Yep.
I'm hoping that the kids nowadays, and you know, just everybody starts pedaling back just a little bit, work-life balance kind of deal. And I hope the corporations start realizing, yeah, nobody's, you know, you do have to have that downtime, otherwise
Yeah.
you will just burn out. All right, that's my 2 cents. Sorry for going off on a tangent.
No, this is great. Yeah, I mean, the internet has completely changed the fabric of our society. There's no two ways about it. Just the fact that you can work from anywhere in the world at any time now has made it so that you basically are expected to. And I think that there's something really wrong and unhealthy about that. And I try to, have a work-life balance, with with what I do, it's really not that difficult. And everyone that I work with is really good at, if you're not working today, we're gonna try not to bug you. So I'm grateful for that. But I know that, there's a lot of people that are in different fields where they basically have to be on call, at any time and be able to respond to something at, any, at a moment's notice. But yeah, it's something that I hope that we get figured out.
It has to, because this is going the wrong direction. I mean, just as far as society goes, that it's expected, and it's a thing. And even if you are not, if you're trying to do the right thing, you still have it in the back of your head. That's because that's the way you were raised. You're there for the company. They pay your bills. It's your position. You have to be on top of things, and your boss is, I mean, even on vacation he will write emails. That's why do you do that? You're
Yeah.
on vacation, you've got 3 weeks off, you're in Croatia.
I
Why
think
do you
it's interesting because I don't think finding balance in one's life has ever been easy, um, and so that's like challenge enough. But then the kind of changes that have taken place that you're referring to now, I think there are a lot of people that are struggling with finding balance and all that, and don't they're just not even close to realizing what kind of impact these things are having on them, the toll it's taking. And I thought it was really interesting on the social dilemma when they were talking to all the folks that had were involved behind the startup of Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and asking them about their own kids and the technologies that they've developed. And it's like, my kid doesn't even have a phone, isn't getting. Now it was different answers from different people, but like, yeah, no, they're not doing that. I'm not letting my kid near this. I'm not, and that was a really eye-opening, show for me. And it wasn't like I wasn't unaware of these things, but that, for me, watching that was the final straw for me personally with a lot of this stuff. That's when I jumped off of most all social media, and really decided to put my phone like on hold for large chunks of time, and just try to develop the willpower to do so, and it's hard at times, it really is. But I think as more time passes, the easier it gets. I'm not thinking about, God, I wonder what typewriter Sean's showing today.
Well, yeah, well,
Yeah.
and I miss that connection, and I think that's, I like that because we're able to connect in different ways. But I also completely respect what you're doing, because it's a fundamental, what do you call it, a dichotomy sort of our world of vintage, old school. We focus, we're better, or we're sharper, and we're more focused on our lives versus the crap on the other side. But that also brings people together, like, and we've met and written each other now because of that. So, but I miss you, and I miss showing, oh, guess what? Oh, Bill will love to. Oh, Bill can't see that because he's not on there anymore. But it's like an addiction.
There are
fundamentally-
downsides,
Yeah, absolutely, and that's okay though. I think the downsides, they don't mitigate friendship or a relationship at all. We just
Right.
find better ways to manage our relationship so that we can still connect with one another, and that's Sunday mornings or letters, which hopefully you might get one. Wink, wink.
Aw.
Soon. And that's okay, and that's good, because it means then that interaction is much more rich than it would be otherwise. Like, I spend a lot of time now writing letters that say, oh, I won't talk much about typewriters because I'm sure you've seen my feed and I post everything on my feed. When you're not online, when I when I write you, Bill, then I can actually say, hey, I got this, I got that. We can have a back and forth on Olympias and everything else. And that enriches our conversation again, or correspondence again, which is good. So
Yeah.
I see the value.
That's a really good point, because I feel like that's another problem with social media, is that you always see people, like friends, families, like getting together, and they're always on their phones, and they're never having a conversation. And part of the reason is probably because everybody's on Facebook and they already know what they've been doing and what they've been up to anyway.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to catch up or do any of that anymore, and that's kind of sad.
It is sad. And that, like, I'm not on Facebook because of where I work and what I do, and I know a lot of the risks with things like that. So I've never been on Facebook. So I do definitely get a little angsty when I hear everybody going, oh, I found this thing on Facebook Marketplace for $20. And I'm like, but it's okay.
Yeah,
like it's just the way it is. And
There's
I'm
a
all right.
reason why I don't hang out there.
Well, one thing I can say is just taking one step back from all this, is that for me personally, throughout this whole typewriter experience, I mean, I really dig the typewriters just as much as the next guy for the most part. I wouldn't have gone out and bought 20 of these things if I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I really truly enjoy them. I started, blogging about them. I never blogged about anything before. I really got into them and excited about them and all that stuff. And I mean, I still am here. We're connecting about all this stuff now, but for me, by far, I think the greatest pleasure that I've had is just developing the relationships with folks that are into typewriters, and
Absolutely.
by far, and I shared this with Eric in the last letter that I wrote to him. I was so tickled to befriend Eric. Like, here's this young guy, but he has all this music overlap with me, and and that's kind of mind-boggling to me. He's introduced me to this phrase yacht rock that I'd never heard of before. And but like we both share like a passion for jazz was kind of what got us started on this whole conversation that we've been having through most of our written communication. And last week I went out to go see a local jazz trio that I hadn't seen for many years now. You know, I took that whole break from music for the pandemic, and so it's cool just to get out and start seeing some live music again. Well, I was sitting next to this woman at the bar, and it's interesting because she looks over at me and my wife, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, it's so exciting to see young people, you know, out here listening to jazz." And I just turned 60 the day before, you know, and I'm like, "Oh, well, thanks." And but then, of course, I managed to work in typewriters into the conversation. I'm like, well, you might find this interesting, but recently I got into typewriters, and then I started, you know, I met some people, and there's a young guy that lives out in New Hampshire, and he's into jazz music, and so I've been writing letters about what albums we've been listening to, and she was just like, you're like late 20s, Eric?
Yeah, I turned 30 in July.
Okay,
Ooh.
so you're almost at 30.
The beginning of the end,
So-
Eric.
Yeah, it's all downhill. But I, you know, I was like, so this guy, you know, this guy's like late 20s, and he's like really into jazz, very knowledgeable, you know, about it, passion. She almost started shaking. Oh my gosh, that's incredible, that's amazing, and it's like it just made her evening, you know, like knowing that, because she's seen, you know, this form of music, and you know, she was maybe, I'm thinking late 70s probably, and but she had been around, and she started telling me about some of the artists that she had seen when she was younger, and she was just blowing me away, you know, like she'd been a fan her entire life. And so for her, hearing about, you know, younger generations getting into the music was just you know, it truly made her day, because it showed, you know, that this form of music might still be sticking around for a while longer, you know, and remaining vital. And so I think it's similar to people that probably how they felt that, you know, were into the typosphere many years ago, and now seeing a lot of us come into the fold and realizing, hey, this might still keep sustaining and growing, and you know, and I think when you're passionate about anything, and you feel like there's a chance that you know, you might be having to weather some storms in terms of, you know, how viable it is. It's always exciting to know that other people are there with you, and are excited about it and enjoy it. And so,
Well, my favorite typing music, what I listen to is classic jazz. I mean, only, you know, sort of old school classic jazz, and I listened to it through a 1937 RCA
oh wow,
because it, like vinyl and like a lot of things, I like a proper analog sound, because, you know, we're all sort of nerds in our own way. But I also had that reality smack here, you know, like typewriters get out of adjustment. You got to fix them every once in a while. You don't just throw them away like our modern society sort of encourages this consumerism. And all of a sudden my radio, the 1937, just stopped working. And I realized after about 10 minutes, I'm like, darn it, a tube is blown. I'm going to have to go find a tube. And there's no diagnostics. There's no tube number 2A6 has failed, replace.
right.
I got to go through and pull each tube, run it through a tester that I thankfully have because I was into radio
Oh, nice.
years ago, and then figure out which tube, and then get a new tube and then put it in so I can listen to jazz again. So I've been a bit twitchy the last week here. But yeah, I mean, between, you know, jazz, and we got so much overlap that, you know, I love hearing that kind of interaction between Bill, you and Eric. On the music side, you know, I've got sort of with you, Bill, we've got the vehicles and the car stuff, as
Yep.
well as typewriters, and all these little relationships back and forth with everybody on certain things that we like, with stamps and fountain pens with Eric and me. I got a stamp because of Eric, because he kept sending stamps on his wax seal. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots of little 6 degrees of separation to Kevin Bacon or whatever.
Tobacco ribbon.
Yeah, the
There you
Bako.
go.
Yeah, Kevin Bako ribbon.
Oh man.
Well, I gotta get going, guys. But it was great just being able to jump on here for a little bit
Yeah.
and chat with you guys. And
Thank you so
I,
much,
I
Eric.
should yeah, thanks
Fantastic.
for doing this on a Monday.
This is
Yeah.
a nice surprise.
I only have one. Well, I have two weddings next weekend, but Friday and Saturday, so I should be able to be on Sunday, hopefully. So
Okay.
hopefully I'll
Cool.
see you guys then.
Very cool.
See you, Eric. Good seeing you.
All right,
All
good
right,
seeing
see
you.
you then.
Bye, guys.
Next time.
This has been super productive for me. I've gotten 2 letters done today.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And that's
Wow,
not
that's
like
pretty
me.
impressive.
That's not like me. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Now y'all make me feel bad. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just so you know, JC, this is not about solving your typewriter problem. This is about enhancing it.
Oh, I've already gotten that one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For-
Yeah, especially
reverse support group.
your Instagram posts are not helping.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell Bill what he's missing, but he's okay with it. Now just
No,
Now, like I
That's-
say,
it's-
there are definitely downsides to getting off of social media. That's one of
okay,
them.
Bill. I
so.
just have to write more pages in your letters every 6, 7, 8 months.
Sean, you just need to start including some pictures in the letters. You know, old school.
Well,
You
yeah. So I've got to
print some out.
But I thought a good middle ground was I bought those zinc little Canon Ivy printer. So even though I took a
Yes.
picture on my iPhone, I could print it off on a little
Oh,
zinc
yeah,
thing
yeah.
and stick it in a letter. And I thought, well, it's not vintage photo, but at least it's more of an analog thing. And actually, I should do that with Bill because yes,
It's a vintage format. It's
Yeah.
it's an actual picture.
Yep. Exactly.
Indro did something like that with me the last letter I got from him, where he sent me the picture of the typewriter that he used, and I don't know if it was that same kind of printer or not, but the picture size was about
Yeah.
this big, and
It's an ink sublimation
Thumbnail.
printer. Yeah.
Just to
Yeah,
get you
pretty
curious.
cool.
It's clickbait.
Trying to swipe on that picture and you're like, why is it not
Rebate.
changing? No.
Smudge.
Smudge. Yeah. Well, all right.
And then that fleece that you have on looks like it's super comfy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How cold is it in California?
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Yeah.
How cold it is in Canada.
Oh, yeah, it's cool here because I'm in the basement and it was a cool night last night. It was -1
Ooh.
that spring. But we warm up to like 18 or 19 today. So Celsius. So that's, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Anyway.
We need William here.
68-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Which is good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
I
perfect.
Keep my little fleece on when I'm down here. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Canadians have basements. I remember that.
oh yeah, the basements are great in the winter because this is where I keep all my typewriter hoard.
Mm. Yeah, you don't have that in South Carolina.
No basements?
Not really. It's not the most common thing, oddly enough. I mean, like I said, growing up in Canada and Germany, I've always used to having a basement, and here it's not the most common thing, oddly enough,
Wow.
down south.
Bill, you got a basement, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't have basements in Texas.
Right.
And then
The further south you
In
go, the less common it gets.
yeah, it was common in Illinois, but not the either the houses that we lived in while there. But it is funny because you just mentioned your typewriter hoard in the basement, and I interpreted that as typewriter herd. And all of a sudden, I had this whole image going through my mind of Sean on this typewriter drive. Come on, get along, typewriters. Got to drive the herd down into the basement for the winter time, and
Yeah. Gotta watch for the stampede.
yeah,
Yeah, I've been run over a couple times by typewriters.
those standards
so-
get rowdy.
Yeah, they're harder to control, those ones. Yeah,
That's funny. Wow.
gives me an idea.
Uh-oh. Here we go. He's not gonna let it out, is he?
No, no, I'm not going to share with you guys because my ideas don't start out well formulated, and if I share it, it may ruin it a bit. So I just need to put my ink.
Is this gonna be a blog post then?
I don't know. See, JC, sometimes these don't turn out. And at 3 a.m. when you have one of those ideas, I think we all do that. 3 or 4 or 5, you have this great idea. And if you happen to remember it and you start it, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, that seemed good at 3 or 4 in the morning, but now that I'm doing it, that's pretty dumb. And some of them don't go far past that. So
Wow, 3 or 4 in the morning. I
I
don't
got
think
this.
I've ever had an idea at 3 or 4 in the morning.
Oh, that's where all my best ideas come. But usually they go, oh my God, this is the next great novel. I'll write it down tomorrow morning. And then 2 hours later,
I wish I was that creative.
Oh.
It just does not work that way. Brain does not function until at least the second cup of coffee. So
I never remember in the morning.
Yeah, no, I'm not good with people anyway. So
Well, you're doing just fine here.
well, like I say, I've already had my 2-3 cups of coffee. So
Okay.
Yeah, before that, everybody at work knows it's kind of do not even approach him before he comes out with the cup of coffee. I've got my folks well trained. So
Where are you at, JC?
right now I'm in South Carolina,
Okay.
but I work up in Emporia, Virginia, of all places. Interesting fact, it is well known for being the biggest speed trap on I-95.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
claim to fame.
Yeah, seriously, if you Google it, what's Emporia known for? Speed trap. So speeding tickets. Yeah, no, and the manufacturing plant, the company I work for, that's where they're located, and that's where I usually am during the week.
Okay.
Sometimes the weekends. Yeah. So yeah,
And-
it's where I spend a lot of time.
And Lynn, you're in Minnesota now?
South Carolina.
Oh, I was asking Lynn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Lynn's
Lynn.
muted.
Lynn, yeah, she's muted.
Sorry, up in Duluth.
Okay.
So I'm nearly to Canada. I could be, if some war had gone a little differently, probably I could be in Canada right now.
Well, when we burned the White House down, we thought we could keep you guys sort of under our boot for a bit, but that didn't last very long. So unfortunately, you're all Americans instead of being Canadians. Too bad.
Yeah, we regret your failure. Believe me.
Yeah, especially healthcare wise.
Well, we've got our own failures, guys. It's not all shiny on the outside like it might look to you when it's used as tools by your government to try to sell a certain message.
No, it's just that one guy.
Yeah, fair enough.
It'll pass.
It tracks like your failure. It seems to me that your failures are anything you emulate us. When you try to emulate the U.S., that's your failures.
There you go.
Well, it's hard not to share the longest undefended border in the world with a country and not just inherit a lot of everything, right? I mean, we can talk about 1982, what TV and radio in our world was like up here versus now versus 1950, right? I mean, there were a lot more British influence, but after World War II, that completely changed around, right? I mean, we live beside you guys. Of course, we're going to inherit the cars and the styles and the TV and the culture. And we were already like that in a lot of ways anyway, because we were all part of the Western world. So yeah, I mean, we're definitely got some differences, and Americans are used as political tools of, depending on what side you sit on, they're horrible. We don't want to be anything like them. They're the worst people in the world. Thank God we live beside them instead of China and Russia. And I like to sort of sit in the middle and go, we've all got our issues, but yes, I'd rather live beside you guys with all your problems than Vladimir or Xi Jinping.
That's true.
Very true.
Yeah, that's pretty low bar, but yeah.
Oh, Lynn's in a tough way today. Sorry, Lynn.
But news here has not been
There we go.
good. I mean, we're trying for decades to take care of some of these problems, and it's like nothing. It's like,
we're in the same boat. Like we've got those.
You
too.
don't have the mass shootings we have. You don't have some of the, craziness here. I mean, that's uniquely United States.
Yeah.
It does make you wonder where it comes from, though.
I think it's because we got a lot of guns and no regulations. That's soy.
let's agree right now. I'll step in as a mediator and say, let's not go there. Let's keep this to typewriters.
Yep.
That's better for everybody.
Yeah.
Political discussions can be heated.
We're not, I want to talk about Islam versus Catholicism if we can go into that for like 10 minutes. Just kidding. So let's just keep out of all that stuff. But either way, yeah, I mean, hey, I love the US, even for all of its problems, and but the world is a much different place now, and this is probably why we're drawn more to typewriters, cameras, iPods, and all the stuff we are, because we're all somewhat waxing a bit nostalgic for the music and the sounds and the vehicles and the absolute, just the world of 80s, 70s, 60s, whatever your decade was and whatever you like. I know I go through every day, I'm talking to people and I'm relaying some story. As a leader, they say, relay a story showing vulnerability to help connect with people and get them, with you. And when I tell some stories now, I'm realizing these guys have no idea what I'm talking about. You're talking about Crystal Pepsi, and they're like, what the hell's Crystal Pepsi?
Oh, Lord, I remember that.
Yeah, I know. You hear that the Van Halen song every once in a while. That was like the headline song for that Crystal Pepsi commercial. And oh my God. And then I said that and they're all looking at you and you're like, oh man, I'm not connecting at all. So I'm going through those now more and more.
Sean, were you on Typewriter Club Live when I told the story about my week-long visit to Ottawa for my work?
I don't think so, Bill.
So when I got out of school, I went to work for Bell Northern Research, which was the R&D lab for Northern Telecom at the time. And they sent everybody in the company up to Ottawa, where their headquarters was, for like an overview program. And my turn to go came up in February. And so it was cold, but it wasn't, I grew up in Illinois, so I was used to cold winters, but I hadn't seen anything quite like that. And some aspects of it were really cool, like the canals are all frozen over and they had their winter fest going on with the ice sculptures and and you could rent the skates and skate all over the canals. And but it was funny because I befriended this girl that worked there at the orientation program, and she invited me over one evening to just hang out with her and her roommates. And I'm like, man, I'm going to get the real Canadian experience now. This is going to be so awesome. And so I drive over to their place and, knock on the door, and, she answers and, oh, Bill, great, come on in. And they are watching, God, now I think it was Cheers, and they're drinking Schlitz.
Oh,
I'm just like,
totally American.
Wait, this is something's wrong here. I've been transported back. I don't, and that was at the time when, at that point in time, something like a Labatt's was, like a mysterious beer, that was hard to get a hold of. And
isn't that funny? Well, you should have come up. What we would have done is give you a bowl of KD, sit you down on the Chesterfield, hand out a serviette for your lap, and you get a Molson Canadian stubby. And then that way we can watch, the CPC Evening News, and then maybe a bit of HNIC, which was always half an hour offset out in Newfoundland. So that way you could see what happened in the old NHL that night. And in the morning, we go for a bit of a rip and get you back through Timmy's and to the US.
You got to have some Timmy's.
Got to have your Timmy's, yeah.
Oh, man.
I think so. I can't promote this unless other people are sophomoric as I am. But have you ever seen Letterkenny?
Oh yeah.
Get going on all of the about half of what you said made sense to me, probably just because I watched that show.
If you watch Letterkenny, they sort of they take going for a rip by to just a whole new level. If you don't get on the level, then you're just not going to get on the train at all.
This is giving me major flashbacks.
You guys, if you haven't watched Trailer Park Boys, you should watch Trailer Park Boys. That's a bit of a East Coast rednecky Canadian stuff, and it's hilarious. And it's way over the top. It's not like I'd go do that every day, but Trailer Park Boys is another Canadian.
I think that's available here. I haven't seen it. There is also a Shoresy.
Shoresy, I haven't heard of that one.
So you remember the Shoresy character from Letterkenny?
Yeah.
well, now Shorzy, there was a
Oh,
series developed with Shorzy,
Okay.
same guy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Take advantage of it.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I'm not a particularly nostalgic person. In fact, when I think back to the 70s and 80s, I'm like, oh, God, I would never go back there. But, maybe that's my personal history. But for me, it's more slowing down. You spin vinyl and there's a certain, you're listening to it instead of just having this background music. You have to get up and make a choice. Are we going to do the second side or are we going to pick something else? And it's mostly you get a group and do listening. And it's harder and harder to get people to slow down that much, to actually just sit and listen to music. I mean, even though I've got a fairly nice sounding system and people who walk in say, oh, wow, that's really something. Because it, sounds different than in headphones, or earbuds or whatever. But it's that slowing down. And when, I started this YouTube thing, I didn't know what I was doing. But it's on Twitter, there's some people from the Zen community kind of tagging along saying, yeah, you should listen to this. This is really Zen. And it's like, that really wasn't what I was after, but it is a slower pace. It is dialing down. It's not, hey, you beautiful bastards, hit that subscribe button, and it's not that. So I think that's where analog takes me, and really not some. I mean, I don't like the past all that well. I'm hoping for a better future, and part of that is slowing things down a little bit and, taking care about what's going on.
Well,
it's an interesting take. I don't, it's actually, and that's a fair take. And I could certainly frame things that way. I tend to think about it not so much as slowing things down, but just more thoroughly involving myself in the process. And it's really the same difference, but you're exactly right. I mean, it's funny, like Eric was talking about some stuff, or I think you were too, JC, about making your playlists and stuff. And probably because I grew up listening to albums, that's the only way I've ever listened to music. I've never skipped around songs on, if I put a CD on, I listen to it all the way through. My albums, I may not listen to the second side, but typically if I pick an album out, I'm going to listen to the whole thing, and even when I stream by the album, and unless there's background music, and I might, like, if it plays through an album and then it will keep playing picks on Spotify, sometimes I'll let that go on for a while, see if I get turned on to something new, but for me, the analog things are generally just, I like that process, involved, whether it's,
it's more focused.
What's that?
It's more focused.
Yeah.
Yes.
It could be, that could be the turntable, it could be the film camera, the typewriter, whatever. I just enjoy that level of involvement that is required of me. That's all part of it, and I like that.
Yeah.
And it does require slowing down.
Yes. I'm definitely
Even
the same
if
way.
you're writing on a typewriter, you can't just automatically erase everything you've just written. You have to think, what do I want to say next, in a much more deliberate way.
Yeah. And I think perhaps subconsciously it's partly that realization that makes getting a letter so special, that someone has put that extra bit of time and effort into it, and it's just that much more personal,
And time is very valuable nowadays.
Exactly. And it's funny, I wonder, and this is totally geeky. I'm going to be embarrassed that this is going to be floating around on YouTube now, but with some of these kids, you wonder if, like, somebody, like, I'm just imagining somebody wanting to catch, another person's attention. It's like, well, instead of a text, what if you were to actually write them a letter, and see what kind of reaction you got, that you actually put this time into something. Would they, you know, at a young age, would they pick up like, wow, they really went to all this effort, or would it just seem, you know, like a moronic thing to do? I don't know.
It's more of a novelty thing. I've tried it with my niece, and it was well received. She thought it was great. I got an answer by email. So, you know, which is basically an email for a 10-year-old is probably a vintage format in itself, because you just go by text message nowadays. And then, you know, my brother, he texted me, this guy, hey, your letter came. So I'm like, okay, glad it arrived. And then, you know, 2 days later, I get an email because she doesn't have she doesn't have her own email account. My brother doesn't necessarily, you know, pertain to the kids being on the electronic devices all the time. So
Sure.
he monitors their time on the tablets and on the phones and watching TV and all that kind of stuff, just for already mentioned reasons, that it's not the best thing to constantly be in touch with everybody you don't want them to be in touch with. So
well, and I was thinking actually more specifically of like one young person to another young person, you know, like the example I was going to use is like if a guy wanted to get a girl's attention, and, you know, I realized in this day and age that could be any person to another person. It doesn't bother me. But like just from one young person to another, if they're trying to get somebody's, you know, attention and put that effort into writing a letter, you know, would the other young person recognizes like, wow, they wrote me a letter, you know, and actually make that connection, that, you know, the time and effort involved, if that would seem, if that would stand out in any way, or it'd just be like, what the hell are you thinking, you know?
yeah, I think the latter is the case. It's kind of, what a weirdo.
Maybe you know, it's funny, early on when the pandemic started, I wrote a letter to my friend, and he has two younger daughters. They're weren't at the age like where they would have been dating or anything, but I ended up writing each of them a letter too, and it was so funny. They all ended up writing me back, you know, a letter, and it was really cute reading how they, you know, wrote back. Like one signed her whole full name, you know, first name, middle name, last name, and so when I was talking to him about it later, he was telling me, you know, how interesting that they thought that was to get a letter, you know, and I don't know that they necessarily thought like it was neat or cool or anything. Like, oh my gosh, somebody wrote us a letter, and it was just a new experience, and that was really funny for me to think about.
You know, I've received an interesting email 2 or 3 times from a type pal. So I had sent out like a mass email, and like something was delayed or there was some issue. So he wanted to respond to me by email, but he stepped it up a notch. So basically, he typed his response and took a picture of it, and that's what he emailed. And I thought that was just the coolest thing. That, you know, he could have easily just sent an email in, you know, 30 seconds,
Right.
but he decided to type it out and go through the process of taking a picture and emailing it. I thought that was the next best thing to actually getting a letter. I thought it
Yeah.
was so awesome.
That's really that's kind of funny and cool at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I'm actually going to have to jump off myself, so I've got dogs that are needing attention, and
Okay.
I am going to have to. It looks like I still have a window of opportunity to do some mowing. So,
Okay, okay.
We were
but
trying to keep you
this was
from
cool.
it, but
I know.
It was a valiant effort, I got to say.
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
But it
I'm
was
gonna get going too. Thanks for being
Okay.
it's always
here.
good talking with all y'all.
Yeah,
it was
thank you so
fantastic.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Until the next time.
All right.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks
Good
for doing
seeing
this,
you.
Greg.
You're
Bye,
Yeah, have
Sean.
a good one.
Bye. Sean, earlier I didn't get a chance to mention it, but you were winding the ribbon on your typewriter.
Yep.
But the way it looked like you were caressing your typewriter. I was like, oh
I,
wow, he's caressing his typewriter.
I always liken it to a bit of like spinning the discs on like old
Yeah,
school DJ type
yeah,
machines.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that Olympia, I find that the Olympia, the spool mechanisms are much more finicky on Olympias. Like the more you spend on typewriters, the more you find certain things with certain typewriter brands. And one thing about Olympias is if one side is not turning loosely or well, it'll affect everything downstream, right? I mean, it's the old your knee bone's connected to your
yeah,
shin bone,
yep,
and that thing will cause other things to happen within the typewriter, and you can sometimes end up chasing problems that are very, very simply solved. And so on Olympias now, anytime I have problems, I always end up spooling it back and trying ribbon the other way just to see if that
yeah.
improves things. Because with Olympias, it tends to do that for the most part, which is
Okay.
sort of weird. But yeah, it's like, oh, I love you.
I totally thought that was what you were doing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
We're having a moment.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I love the smell of typewriters too, right? I mean, I'll get right in there and be like, ah, good smells.
You do not want to do that on my Torpedo 20.
Oh boy.
It
Yeah,
was sitting in some dingy basement somewhere for 30 years, and it's got a quite interesting smell. Who has that typewriter? Diane, that she frequently freaks out about.
Oh, Kerr
Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
Kerr.
Yeah.
or Care, sorry.
Sure.
Kerr,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, Care's got, yeah, they had the stinky. I've got a stinky Empire Aristocrat, sort of same thing, JC. It was, I don't know where they kept it, but it got mold in it that was like you opened it up and it just destroyed the room.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my God, like it took quite a long time to get the stink out of it. So I know how you feel. But most of the typewriters, it's good old antique smell. Well, my dad came into my garage, so I do certain typewriter work in the summer in my garage, the heavier duty stuff, and I got a big old standard from a lady, and I got it working, but I haven't brought it into the house yet. Anyway, like a lot of typewriters, they lived in cigarette smoke homes for 50 years or whatever.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, and yeah, took my dad in there one day, and he's like, "Do you smoke?" I'm like, "Huh?" And I said, "No." He's like, "Smells like cigarettes in here." And I was like, "Oh, that's this old typewriter has just been exuding smoke for the last year and a half." And when I walk into the garage, I smell my old cars, oil, and cigarettes. So it's permeated. Like I don't know if I'll ever bring it into the house.
Yeah. I'm reminded of the typewriter Bill had near the beginning of Typewriter Club Live, and it had a horrendous smoky smell, and I know he was pretty upset about it because I think it was one of his holy grail typewriters, and
Oh,
this horrendous smell to it. And,
yeah. Everybody's got a stinky typewriter story, that's for sure.
yeah, yeah. Mine was it was Olivetti Studio 44,
Okay, yeah.
and it smelled strongly of mold because the case was moldy. So
Oh yeah. And once the case
I'm
gets
back.
moldy,
Sorry.
it sucks right in there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But most of them, yeah, they just have that nice machine smell, basically. Yeah.
Which
Is
is
it,
good.
it
Yeah.
is it the oil? Is it the ink?
I think it's a combination.
Yeah, like a lot of typers have different smells. I can smell some of them smell like my grandparents' house, others smell like antique stores, others just smell like old houses, and
Yeah.
they're all like my parents divorced when I was fairly young, so smells and times and memories really became a really important thing to me to hold on to those
Yeah.
of the past. And so as a result, I've grown up with this. I'll smell certain things and immediately think of other things. And typewriters are sort of like a really interesting window of smells, right? You get all
Yeah.
sorts of different antique smells that are very, very cool. And I quite like that.
Yeah. Well, I've
I
read
agree.
that our sense of smell is one of our strongest, for lack of proper terminology, holders of memories Like you can smell something and it'll take you right back, you know?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the keys. They're like
Absolutely.
keys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the same thing with music. You hear
Ah.
a certain song and you remember a certain situation that you were in. You remember the car you were driving in it when at the time when you first heard that song, and all those kind of, and then all the memories start following up with what happened that day,
Yeah.
which is odd. Is
Yeah.
that you can actually pull that back out of your head.
JC, that's exactly what happened the other day. You know that song, I took my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
Yep.
Yep.
Good old boys.
American Pie.
Yeah, yeah. So I heard that song a week ago and immediately remembered driving in my dad's, 1978 Monte Carlo. And I used to hang from the back seat on the rear view mirror out front. And as that song was playing and my dad was singing it, the mirror came loose and snapped, and I smashed my face into the dashboard.
Oh.
And he was so mad because I had ripped that rear view mirror right off the windshield.
No,
It was only glued on. But yeah, as soon as I heard that song, I was like, oh yeah, he was
I remember
so
that.
mad that day.
Oh.
Yeah, there's certain songs like who was that? Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember sitting on the passenger seat, which I never got to do when my mom was anywhere close to the car. But I got to drive, ride shotgun, and that song playing, and Dad just cranked it up. It was a 1977 Passat station wagon.
cool.
It's just one of those odd things. You hear that song, and then all of a sudden it pops up. And I
Yeah.
was like, what, 4 or 5 years old?
Yep. They stick with you forever.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
Yeah. Huh.
Ah, Lord, we're getting old.
Yeah. I know. I'm finding that more and more all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm getting called that more and more. So,
Yeah. I'm
Casey,
trying
you're
to-
old.
I'm trying to be cool, but it's hard.
I given up on that one about 5 years ago. Once I turned 40, it's kind of like, you know what? Screw it. I don't have to be cool.
No. No.
It's the fun part of getting a little older. You just don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You do whatever you like, and
Yep.
and yep. It's one of those positive things. Besides everything hurting, which is not the positive. So
Yeah.
True.
getting up in the morning. Woof.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it.
And if I know we're recording here right now, so I don't know if anybody wants to disclose the age, but take it you're around about the same age as I am, like in
I'm
mid 40s.
49.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be 50 this year.
Oh well, congratulations. There you go.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
So yeah, no.
I'm still 4 years away from all of that.
So you're mid 40s.
I'm right around where you are there, JC.
Okay.
There you go.
All righty. Cool.
Yeah.
So I'm the old fogey in the group, huh?
Well, I don't know if you want to consider that 5 years age difference.
I know.
That much older. I mean, that's the fun part. The older you get, the less it makes an
Yeah.
impact, really.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day when you were 15, yep, you were the 20-year-old, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, he's got a car and shit,
Yeah.
That's the cool crowd.
Yeah.
So while you were still kind of dweebing out in grade school to some extent.
Of course, when I was 20, I was very, very uncool.
Hey, who was it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, me neither. I was not part of the cool crowd. Still not.
You know
Except
what?
you're one of us, so you are cool.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like
It's a
as we
virtue
get
now.
older too. We don't care that we're not. I embrace life a lot more than I used to. Right, I used to worry about having to try to be somebody that I wasn't, or felt like I needed to adapt certain things to fit in. And of course, I don't go around punching people in the nose just because I'm having
No.
a bad day. But I own who I am now, and you know what? Yeah, typewriters, you don't like it, too effing bad.
Yeah.
I don't have time for you, and all the other stuff. But
No, I absolutely agree. It's yeah, you've got some weird hobbies, but who cares?
Yeah.
It's my joy. And if you don't, you get to the point where your mileage may vary on this. You might not agree with me, but you know what? You do your thing, I do my thing, and we can both agree to at least have a beer or a cup of coffee or something like that and have a conversation about it.
Exactly.
And you're not going to get upset.
And if you do, we're not going to hang out together. It's as simple as that.
Correct. I do not have to tailor to your specific interests, just to kind of hang with the right crowd. No, I can find my own crowd. Thank you very much.
Well, one thing I thank the internet for is that what I used to think was weird for me is actually very mainstream. And there's always people out there with weirder hobbies
Yes.
and collections than I have ever.
Yes,
thought
I
of.
absolutely agree. I mean, speaking of people doing YouTube channels, I mean, I used to have my own, and it was about vintage shaving. So how weird is that? It's kind of like
Not,
people were.
not weird at all, right? That's the other hobby I'm into is,
Is that a aristocrat?
that's that's a gold-plated aristocrat. Yeah.
Got one of those.
Yeah. This is, I found this one because I've got a blue box one, and then I've got I've got another one. And so this is my first red box aristocrat. So like, this is a sub collection of everything else that I found. And man, I'm going to be shaving with this tonight.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
I give it a bit of a clean, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I've got the shaving soaps, the brushes, the whole rabbit hole thing. So,
Oh, me too. Yeah, that's another one of my weird hobbies. So.
Yeah. It's very fun to figure out that there are people out there which actually have an interest in it, and it's actually a thing where you're standing here in front of everybody else at work, and they're kind of like, huh? So it is very interesting.
It's fun to go to work with little pieces of tissue paper all over you. And I'm like, what happened? And you're like, well, I shaved with a 1948 rocket. Oh,
why would you do that?
Why would you do that? I'm like,
right,
because I don't want to spend $22 on a blade, and I like old stuff.
Yeah, no, the reason I actually got into it is because first of all, there's it's twofold. I never got shown how to shave properly, because my dad used an electric, and he was kind of like, well, here's a can of Barbasol, and here's I still have it.
Blue Bic.
No. He was kind enough to actually go buy myself a what was it? Gillette sensor back in the day, the original sensor. It had just come out. We went to the 7-Eleven in Brantford, Ontario. I remember it to this day. It was 10 o'clock at night, and he went out with me to go buy that for me. Wow. So I could shave, and still have it, the original handle. And but he didn't show me how to shave properly. So I always had problems with razor burn and all kinds of good stuff. And well, eventually at some point in time, the job dictates that you don't look scruffy. And you got tired of the clippers running it over like a 2-week grow out. So it's kind of, all right, how do I get this done without killing my face? And then you go off on a tangent, you go on certain, and this is where the internet is fantastic for. How do I do this properly? And you get into, all right, so do not use multi-blade razors. If you have a sensitive face, do not press down. The best way to do it is a double-edged razor anyway. And there I went. And then you get into the acquisition disorder. It's kind of like, well, if this razor is this good, let's see how this one does. And then all of a sudden you end up with 40 different razors, and you get on to
Yeah, I better, I love the double-edged safety razors, but gosh, I better try a Schick injector to make sure I'm not, losing it.
And I've got 3 of them.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Yeah, I got JC, if you're following my Instagram, that's one thing I haven't been posting a lot lately. Now that you mentioned it, I'm thinking, I don't know why I don't, because I've got a lot of
the shave of the day.
Shave of the day stuff. I used to at least a couple of years ago put together. Right. Here's my week. Here's what I'm. Same. Simpson brush and shaving cream and my injector.
Yeah, correct. Yep. No, I've kind of given up on that. I don't know why. It was just getting a little too tedious. Like I said, with my work schedule right now, it's if I get to shave twice a week, I'm good.
Yeah.
Just because I get lazy, and you do have 15 minutes more in bed in the morning. So.
Absolutely, me too.
Well, you're sporting a pretty good beard there. So.
Well, yeah, this is an desire that I can do the double-edged safety razor, in the shower, in the morning, carefully with a mirror. But it's not so much work that it becomes such a hassle. And this is the remnants of a COVID. Screw you. I'm wearing a beard.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now I've got like a week and a half's worth of just needing to shave, and tonight it's going to come off again. So to look somewhat decent at work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, the significant other does not push me. So
that's good. Yeah, same with mine.
She's a real sweetheart when it comes to that.
Yeah,
Actually, it's funny because my wife actually prefers me with a beard. So
oh, that's good. I like women like that.
Well, when I shave it,
Yeah.
I look like I'm 15. So
yeah, same here.
Which is not so bad when you're almost about to turn 50.
True.
Yeah, I've had that that one time I've shaved everything off because I'm sporting like a chin beard, and I've had that since I was 15, and I was asked one time to go ahead and shave it off just to see what it looks like, and the reaction was not positive. It was one of those kind of like, nice, you're gonna grow it back, aren't you?
Yeah.
And then came the big mustache. So
yeah, I don't grow just the mustache. I've always had the goatee for the most part, and then I'll do the full beard once in a while. But when I tried the single mustache done, I got the whole 70s porn star comment. And I thought, well, then I won't do that again. So the goatee balances it out, and that's
like I said, I've got the goatee, but I've got the big curly mustache now, and now I've recently been asked to go ahead and shave that off.
Oh,
so
screw those guys.
Well, no. This is more of a kind of like, I wonder, I was like, all right, so let's see what we're gonna do. It took me 3 years to get here, and it's getting on my nerves.
Yeah, that's time. So, you can always grow it back.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, it just takes forever, but
yeah, me too.
No, it's I think it's time to just kind of get rid of it for a little while to enjoy it again.
Yeah.
Ever since COVID, with that whole mask debacle, it destroyed the natural curvature I was able to train it to, and it looks like I don't know, Shaggy from what you call it?
Magic.
Yeah, it's all over the place. So no, it's about time to just go ahead and get rid of it and then start all over, possibly at some point. Yeah.
On YouTube we have Icarus Mask. He says, "I'll need to check out these vintage shaving channels."
There's a good bunch of them. There's a couple of ones I can recommend on that one. And it's a very cool community to be. I mean, it's very much in tune to typewriter community or something like that. There's no real dissing of people. Very, for lack of a better term, and I don't know, I'm gonna get hung on the cross for this one, but it's very gentleman-like. Even though there are women present. So no, the tone of voice is very, your mileage may vary, and whatever works for you is good. Like I said, I enjoy that kind of attitude very much. There's no, well, you have to have this in order, like the audiophile community sometimes is, where they get very nasty, very opinionated. Which is not always a nice thing. It's kind of like not everybody can afford a $10,000 set of speakers.
Exactly.
So it's whatever you are wielding and it's fun for you, then go for it. And the shaving community is also somewhat like that. There are tangents where you need the Simpson shaving brush, all the expensive stuff and those kind of things. But if you get the right folks in the conversation, it's all kind of like, hey, you know what? It's all cool. You enjoy shaving. Perfect. Whatever works for you. So recommendations there. What's that? Paul H. Kevy Shaves, those kind of things. There's a couple of British and Scottish guys. There's a couple of really nice ones out there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're well over the 4-hour mark now.
Yeah, so. I apologize. Yeah, I've got to get.
It's been a blast.
I've got to get dinner ready too, so I've got a roast that's going in the oven. So
excellent.
Yeah. Thanks for doing this. It was a nice surprise.
Yeah, great. It was fantastic. I mean, this was 4 hours well spent.
Excellent. And JC, you'll have to join us on a Sunday. You know, when
Yes.
you're not driving. When you're not driving.
No, I will. And the only thing I ask for is do not look at the background.
Okay.
Because the apartment that I'm living in up there at work resembles a storage unit, and you will see a ton of U-Haul boxes in the background, because it's basically just where I work and sleep. And it's got a shower, and I'm good to go.
JC,
Okay.
don't be worried. We don't judge people based on their backgrounds because we are definitely not like that. As you can see, I've got a lot of shit and abuse going on behind me. So
Yeah, but that looks,
whatever.
it looks somewhat, sorted. There's a theme there.
A theme of everything dumped in. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it's not in U-Haul boxes. So
Yeah.
I definitely will join in next Sunday.
That'd be great.
I'm gonna absolutely enjoy myself on that one, and I can maybe show off the odd typewriter there.
Perfect.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'd love
Well,
that.
good. Thanks very much, guys. I'm going to cruise. Cheers.
All right.
Thank you very much, guys, and y'all have a
you.
good one.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
All right.